Okay, how's everyone doing? Good to see all of you. Or, in other words, morning, my gamers. Happy Pride, happy Pride. Get some Quag Prides in the chat, please and thank you. I burned myself twice on my coffee on the way up here, so I'm just real proud of myself. But other than that, I'm a functional adult. You know me. Hey, Swin, thank you for the 16 months. I appreciate it. Swinlanam, Happel Steer, Swinlanam, Qua Qua, Quagkek, Swinlanam, Quagkek, Swinla Sassy.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
I was trying to read it.
Swinlanam lazy da happel steer swinlanam qua qua quag kek swinlanam quag kek swinla sassy.
My coffee's too hot. Thank you so much, Swin. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. And I hope your day's going well. But let's greet everyone. We got Kind Buds, we got Brother Matt, Rune, Sean, Pico, New Mexiben, Jester, Timber, Daneld, Fleece, Stump, Foster, Time I Got Back, Whirls, Don, Kitty. Launcher Lens today? That was yesterday. Jaybridge, Bluck. Hey, Kind Buds. Thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you. Ember. Loves the Spooch. Did I get you? I didn't. How you doing? Hazel, good to see you. Roddy, hope you're well.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Urban Mac, good morning.
GGEZ.
GGEZ. I don't know what was so satisfying about Texas speech pronouncing it that way, but it really just, it hit correctly for me. It hit all the right notes. Thank you so much, Kind Buds, for the 3 months with the 2 streak and for using your monthly Prime on me. Out of all the lovely creators on the platform, it means the world. You're too hot. It is a little warm in here. I forgot to turn my fan on. I'll have to do that at some point, but we'll see. Hey Dex, how you doing? So today I want to do some featured speedruns, because the featured rolls over tomorrow. So I like to get these things done while they're still around. Now I've gotten my fastest time for my Ghostblade build with all curses, all elite rooms. I've gotten that time to sub 8 minutes now, which is pretty cool. And I've gotten my time for just regular rooms, no curses or anything. I got that into the low 6s. So we'll do some cool stuffs and things and stuffs. As long as OBS gives me my frames back. Alright, let's do the thing. Hey Wolf Booty, thank you so much for the 5 months with the 2 streak. Thank you so much, I appreciate it. I want to drink some of my coffee, it's too hot. Did the alert cut out there? Huh, that's weird. Thank you so much, Wolf Booty, I appreciate it. How the Hydra build turn out? I'm still not quite happy with it, honestly. Roddy, I'm still working on it. The damage from Hydra spells, like if you're getting them from your spells, is kind of low.
Think you can make it?
So I'm still working on a way around that.
Our battle is not yet over.
Plan on playing Diablo Immortal? Probably not. I don't know. I don't keep an eye on ActiBliz stuff anymore. I just get the heebie-jeebies. And I might have had an interest in Diablo Immortal if it came out like 3 years ago when they announced it, but now I just no longer care. But I hope you enjoy it. Let me know how it is the time I got back. I will live vicariously through you. Just because I don't feel like I can enjoy something doesn't mean you can't. A lot of gacha. See, I'm one of the people who unironically enjoys Raid Shadow Legends. I haven't played it in a while, but like, it's a fun thing to keep on your second monitor while you're really bored. So I don't think that would bother me. I don't have a command for that, Kitten's Bomb, but I can go over the build after the run if you'd like. Just ping me when we're in the loot room, and then I'll go over it in detail for you. I did get some upgrades for this build yesterday and this morning, chat. It's been great. And someone naming their character Quag on D2R? Nice. Mitsu tagged me the other day on Twitter. Someone was named Quag there as well. What game was that? Why is my brain not working right now? We ghost blading? We sure are. Morning stuff, Beaver. How you doing? This room's slow. I did not play this room well at all. I got cryoed there. It's so awkward.
Hey, little devil.
Day Hopfix Day? Tomorrow. Tomorrow.
Remarkably lethal for your son.
Ooh. I didn't think I'd finish that in one Ghost Blade. I'll have to remember that placement. That was pretty tight. I'm very close to not having enough. It looks so fun. It's so enjoyable, Paul. I absolutely love it. my sigil too early. That's fine. Ooh, 612. That's not PB, but that's pretty good. Can't argue with that. Is this a melee build? Sure is. Sure is. Hey, Block. Warp Paradigm. In what situations is it useful? If any, I have a couple of good stats, no real idea if I should use them or not. Warp Paradigm is just kind of extremely powerful. Particularly the kind that converts spell into melee and ability, because you can get a lot of spell damage if you are a spell shot, for example, and then you can just kind of force that to work for other kinds of builds than spell builds. So that'd be a good example of one to use. Been on Back for Blood a lot. Could have been Back for Blood. Could have been. It's not a quite I care about unless there's some indication of the level of juicy involved. That's honestly fair. Hey, Mr. Adblock, how you doing? Did some group runs through the chamber yesterday for the first time. Lots of fun with others. Absolutely agree. Absolutely. Kevin, what are you doing? Also, OBS, why are... So, my connection is looking like it's a laser light show down there. It's just bopping between red and yellow and stuff. Oof. I don't understand. I thought melee builds were supposed to be absolutely useless out of the live wire. People exaggerate. Would Executioner's Blade be good at this build? I personally have a strong dislike of Executioner's Blade in any build. I think it's just easily one of the weakest capstones. And it mechanically just isn't very good. Like, Executioner's Blade is... First of all, you have to cap out the Stabomancer tree, which Stabomancer tree doesn't have value after you've got an alchemical agent. Like, any points beyond that, you're wasting your time. Compared to where else you could put your points. So then, you're already wasting skill points. And then the capstone itself is an RNG trigger on another RNG event, that being critting, that is time delayed, has an internal cooldown, and then requires you to do different formula stuff than the rest of your build is doing. And also the hitbox sucks. Like, you could just take anything else and be better. I don't like Executioner's Blade. It does have its edge uses, but I don't like it. Anxiety keeps spiking, but I'm dealing. Hey, hopefully it gets a little easier for you. Question for you, chat. How's stream quality right now?
What's the problem?
Because I'm kind of waiting for OBS to stabilize a little bit, and it's just not.
Are we taking a snack break or something?
I've been trying to find a great melee build. Think you might have build in mind. I want to try for a brief moment. Can show your build. Yeah, I'll do a detailed explanation for you. What other melee builds you've tried out? Pickaxe is pretty good. It gets a fast Ghost Blade tick rate. I'm finding it difficult to try anything other than Snake Stick though, because having those hydras out is just so helpful. Seems normal. Sanisil kind of hides frame drops? Yeah. Yeah. I'm anticipating that once I start moving, it's gonna get, weird. What are you doing, Kevin? Okay, so, the build. We go down to Alchemical Agent. Like I said a moment ago, Stabomancer Tree doesn't really... It's not conducive to going further here, because your options to progress past this point are Arsenal, which is low value per point, Swift Death, which is low value, Sneak Attack, which is low value, and 1,000 Cuts, which is low value. Now, I could justify putting 2 more points into follow-up if I absolutely needed to get down, but that still leaves me 2 points I have to spend. So you're going to have to spend some amount of useless skill points, or near useless, I should say, to get Executioner's Blade at all. And then, it's just like 20% chance on a crit with a gun or spell. It's not a good effect. I don't recommend it ever. So we go to the real capstone, Alchemical Agent, which means any of our melee damage when it crits will apply a powerful status effect. Now this includes the Hydras from the Snake Stick, this includes the Ghost Blade, this includes our actual Snake Stick physical hit. All of that stuff will do it. And so we take the other right side stuff of the Stabo tree to assist the dots from Alchemical Agent and just our other dots in general. Exploit Their Weakness is a damage buff that is now equal in power to Wrath of Nature. So if you ever feel like, hey, Wrath of Nature is such a good skill, Exploit Their Weakness is just better because it's easier to apply. Over on the Clawbringer side, we've got Oath of Fire, buff up our guns and get down the tree. We've got Oath of Thunder, because this applies to all our melee damage, including our Ghost Blade. Dragon Aura, damage formula. Dedication is, we want to get down the tree, and this will help at least somewhat reduce our downtime of Ghost Blade, so we take that. Firebolt, because it's very efficient, 1 point for 10% gun damage. Storm Breath, because it's a good attack for the Wyvern, and also gives us some nice damage reduction. Then we got 3 points in Awe. We've got another 3 from our armor. The 7th and 8th points are from Butt Stallion currently, but yeah, 6 out of 3 Awe. Very nice. Armor piece, which are better, skill bonuses or aiming for gun damage, all damage stuff. This isn't a gun build. This is not a gun build, so I don't stack gun damage. I've got melee rings. On my armor, I'm using a Stormclaw, which converts all my companions into lightning. So this doesn't really have much of an effect, except it means that my Wyvern will be even more consistent for keeping the shock portion of Awe. But more importantly, my Wyvern's going to apply a debuff that makes all of my lightning damage 20% stronger. And this is a unique multiplier, so like that alone is going to do more for my build's damage than any of the passives I could get on this. But I've also got really good skills. That's what I would consider a perfect skill distribution for this build. In terms of the other stuff, the missing health regen, not very impactful, but it's something. The all damage, like, that's pretty good. The melee crit chance looks like a big number, but ultimately that's actually very, very minor. I mean, like in general, well, it's still a case-by-case thing, Kitten's Bomb. Because some builds, you're going to be looking at filling your damage formula gaps with your armor. For example, any class that's not a Berserker, you are most likely to be going for your area damage from your armor. Specifically your armor. So getting area damage there could mean more than whatever else your thing's doing. I think Graveborn's not well suited for melee. Should I just stick with gun and or spell damage? You could melee with Graveborn. It's just gonna be one of those cases where you need a lot of very specific gear. I've got some Graveborn melee stuff I've been experimenting with that I should probably move up on the timetable. Yeah, I changed out this bad egg. I was using this one in the other runs. I got another one because I wanted to try ASA Lightning here, and I think I like it better. Realistically, what I should do is I should keep this one on with the Desperate enchant, and then roll ASA Lightning over here on the Snake Stick. But I'm trying this out, and it's working well so far. And I did manage to get a Theurge. It is Volatile Lightning Stabo. I don't love that it's all damage and status damage. I wanted it to be just status damage. So to compensate for this being less than ideal, I did have to change my hero points spread, and I had to take some points out of Attunement and Dexterity and put it into Wisdom so I could stay over the Contagion threshold. So, mildly annoyed about that, but the Theurge effect itself definitely shaved off some time in my runs. Then I'm using a Scalawag, a ×2 fire Scalawag with 25 blade and melee crossbolts. Debuff bosses with Delusion. Haven't used either of these. These are experimental. Sounds like a lot of tinkering. Yeah. Hydras from your melee apply the claw armor debuff. I'm told that the claw armor debuff is only applied by things with damage source companion. And as far as I'm aware, the only things with damage source companion are the class feat. pets. So the Demi-Lich, the Wyvern, and the Mushroom. Because Snake Stick, sure, it scales with companion damage, but it is damage source melee. That's why it does Alchemical Agent. Things can only have one damage source. So, as far as I'm aware, only class feats apply the debuff. But everything that counts as a companion for any purpose does get converted. Melee Greyborn with Reaper sounds interesting. Yeah, that's what the concept was in my head. What am I rolling for? OBS. Hopefully it's not bad while I'm actually playing, because I've somehow dropped over 2,000 frames in half an hour. It's like, huh. That's weird. Answer our questions? Hey, it's always my pleasure. Mods. I want to try out a good frying pan, but I'm being kind of picky. It's got to be volatile or better, lightning element, with a hilt mod that I don't dislike. Prioritize all over Contagion. This isn't a Contagion build, Shay. This is a melee build. Now, Contagion happens to be here because I can take it on my way to this, and I have no reason not to. So I get the minimum amount of status damage for Contagion tech to be possible. But it is not a Contagion-focused build. I'm focused on doing damage with my Ghostblade. So increasing Contagion would make my Ghostblade hit harder. Hey, Rorius. Just beat Tina and currently collecting all the dice. Got any hot Spore Warden builds? Dual Clawbringer all games, bonus points, that's a sub. So the thing about Clawbringer Spore Warden is that's what I would argue is like the most gear-dependent multi-class you can do. I haven't made a setup with that multi-class combo that I'm happy with yet. Tried Ghostblade Enchant? Yeah, we're running that one on spell, Aaron. It's very good. It's very good. In terms of Spore Warden builds, I sometimes play a Sporcer, which is a Spellshot Spore Warden, that uses Spellshot's Glass Cannon to keep a Last Gasp ward broken for the ammo regen, then combines that with Spore Warden's ammo regen, and basically big ammos some shit. It's a lot of fun. Ow. Bad enemy behavior here.
I can do this all day.
Oh, excuse me. Allergies. It's triple ice spec. Repeating though. For me, Borderlands is boring. The build's done. Just building the build is fun. I agree. Don't get me wrong, love gear dependent gives me something to farm for. It's gear dependent to a point where I would consider it underpowered. Let's put it that way. And yes, a lot of people cite the interaction allowing Clawbringer to somewhat passively apply Wrath of Nature, but the thing is, you're doing that on a multi-class combo where you don't have healing. So if you have to take damage to do damage, and you don't have any way of restoring your HP after that damage, it's just worse. Spore Warden tree doesn't have much formula. It kind of thrives on interactions. And Clawbringer tree does not feed the correct formula things into those interactions. Clawbringer formula is great, just not for that. So, it's an uphill battle, that multi-class combo, I would say. Thinking Stabble Claw, that's what I'm playing right now. Asked yesterday, not sure if it was answered from melee options. Will projectiles trigger hilt mods? No. Hilt mods are only triggered by this, the actual physical impact you make. Nothing else. There's a couple passive effect hilt mods that will passively apply to other things, such as the Spellblade, such as the elemental conversion from the Diamond Guard sword, such as the HP threshold check from the Goblin's Bane. Those will all apply to anything that's melee damage. But things like Amp, Vampire, Assault and Battery, none of those. No Livewire? Livewire isn't interesting. I have one in my inventory, but you know what a Livewire does. What would the difference between putting a Livewire on this build be versus any other Livewire setup? And Livewire doesn't help my Ghostblade. I want this to be a Ghostblade build. If you see a build like this, and you're like, hey, streamer, why aren't you using Buffmeister, Pixies, Livewire? You know, it's because it's those things. I want to be interesting. I was just curious. Yeah, well, there you go. Is there a way to change primary? No. You can change your secondary class at will, though. Honestly, the thing beating Tina's is me most excited for is gonna watch your stream. I love what you do. Hey, I appreciate that a lot. Thank you so much. Really does mean a lot to hear. I've been enjoying this game. There's always something different to do build-wise. Like my old habit of keeping build ideas in a notepad doc. Still working out for me. I shouldn't stand still. Oof. Magma Breach. If Claw got shield recharge rate, maybe an argument. Maybe. Still don't really think so. You watch Obi-Wan today? No, the episode comes out at like midnight my time or something, or like 3 AM. I don't watch it until Wednesday nights, so do not want to know details or anything. I'll watch it tonight. I'm looking forward to it. You do a lot of damage when you hit all elites. Ugh. Weakest casual playthrough of Borderlands game for me by a lot, but I'm enjoying the game so far. This is the first one where they've put gameplay first. Gameplay has been the priority, and I like this approach a lot better personally. We got 13 years of story focus. I'm over that. 752. All elites. All curses. I'm pretty happy with that. Glad I'm not the only one who keeps a notepad full of build ideas. It's a good resource, because I forget otherwise. Using Shark Lesson? No, I'm using... I have a thumb cuffs and what's the other one? I don't even know. I looked at the stats. Silicone ring. Yeah, silicone ring with duration and thumb cuffs. Quag get this, didn't know enchants annoyance on different weapons apply to my character overall. Thought it only applied to specific weapon in my hand until I started playing Wonderlands. You only get the enchant of the gun you're holding, Mr. Black Guy. Now, in terms of your weapon and your spell and your ward, you always get those, but you only get the gun enchant of the one that's in your hand. I just have to go now. Bye. Take it easy, sorry. You have a good one. Like some more options for chambers, but I love the mechanic of it. I mean, we've been getting more options for chambers, though, Swin. That's the thing. Like, people keep saying, I want more in chambers, and they've been putting more in chambers. You want the thing that they're doing? Cool, me too. Mostly play games for story, never care for the Borderlands series story, all about gameplay for me. There's some things I play for story. Borderlands is not one of those things. I play these games for the gameplay. I have the hardest time finding good rings, which is why that ring balancing task they did, I think was a really good thing, because it squished down the difference between different kinds of rings. So what you can do now is exactly what I did here. I don't even really consciously know which rings I have on here, I just know the stats on them. And so, like, yeah, you can do that. Go for the stats rather than what ring it is, in most cases. Casually, almost every fight was me spending more time trying to find enemies and shooting them. Chambers seem fine, though. In boss rush, mini bosses, only curse, etc., etc. And yes, when they have been innovating on Chaos Chamber runs with the featured. You know, last week's featured was featured extended, as was the one with PLC 1. And this one is a curse run where you start with a curse. They're already trying more things. I'd say, like, give them a hot minute. Something that I will not stop pointing out is that at this point in BL3's life, it was still, hey, Bloody Harvest, the game. You had Slaughters, you had Bloody Harvest, and you had Proving Grounds. That was it. Give him some time. Yo, Manic Geek, thank you so much for the 19 months. Every point of damage Ghostblade deals, a Claptrap get its wings. Heaven's a bit miffed over this. I mean, it's Claptrap, wouldn't you be?
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
For every point of damage Ghostblade deals, a Claptrap gets its wings. Heaven is a bit miffed over this.
Understandably so. Thank you so much, Manic Geek. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you. This build looks fun, we'll have to try it. I have Hammer Zerker, it's a fun mix of gunplay and hammer smashing, focusing on ice and lightning damage. That sounds like a good time. I think they could expose seeds as well. I'd love to have Hey Streamer try this run type thing, maybe in the future. I would love to see that, Dex, for sure. Like where they're going to featured runs? Yeah. been exhausted trying to stand up for them in other chats, not gonna lie. It's... At a certain point, it's just not worth engaging with the people who are, you know, just flinging their shit at the walls, Swin. It shouldn't be a fight to appreciate something that was done well. It just shouldn't be. Feel the extra chambers are worth having chums in chambers. Kind of want Shark's main ring. Yeah. Like, chums, if you get him in your chamber, he's just, like, free. He's not bad to deal with. It's just like, oh, it's this guy. It's not like Imelda. I would definitely hesitate to put Imelda in my pool on some of my characters. But chums, yeah, go ahead. It's definitely worth. We're playing games of the Wasteland series. I have not. I know Wasteland 2 is, like, iconic, but I know nothing about the games personally. Also down yourself and farm chumps in the end of your chamber for more crystals. I guess. I know people do that with Zomboss too, and I'm like, but why though? I don't know. I quite appreciate it. My pleasure. You seen the new Pokemon Scarlet and Violet trailer? I did watch it. No real useful information. Kevin, please don't knock over that tower of boxes. It's gonna take me forever to clean that up. I didn't really see any useful information other than 4-player co-op. I don't know, did I miss something? Volatile Banshee. I don't really want that element though. Kevin. It's gonna be such a big mess. Pain. Wasteland 2 and 3 are CRPGs with great story. I do love some classic CRPGs. Actual co-op or like Tunnels was co-op. That I don't know, Swin. They weren't very clear. You know, Nintendo moment.
Choose, Fate Maker. Hey, little devil.
Yeah, I like that my Ghost Blade is able to tick for over 6 figures, like, even without my soak debuff on. That feels pretty good. Hey Viper, how you doing? Give the list of stat bonuses melee weapon list at all times, only when you're holding it. Could you be more specific, Grasshopper? If you're referring to, like, the plus crit damage and plus crit chance and stuff on a melee weapon's card, that is just for the melee weapon itself. It is for things that are damage towards melee, I suppose I should say, because Ghostblade and Storm Dragon's Judgment will inherit the crit stats of the melee weapon you're holding, but just because it uses that as a base for the calculation. I kind of went on autopilot, didn't mean to leave that room, but it also wasn't slower, so I'm okay with that. I'm tired. I had a games night with friends last night, and I lost Monopoly. So the friendship's ruined, because Monopoly is some friendship ending shit. It's okay, you still have friends here, Viper. Anyway, time to play Looter. Mario Party is also a friend-ending game, true.
I've located a healing line. Remember me.
Thought I killed that one. I guess it slipped away. Does increasing area damage make Ghostblade larger? That would be cool. It doesn't, but that would be cool. I like that idea. Don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me. Thank you. Check enemies. Come on. Come on. It was just the one. He was just being a dick. I played Mario Party since the time I got the least coins, but didn't lose the most. Came in last after someone got the bonus. Pain. What is my Ghostblade targeting doing right now? That's not where I sent you. Chance for the next thing I need to start for the setup, along with good gun. Guess I'm doing Pistol Bunny then. I changed up an enchant Viper. I'll go over it for you after this. Changes? Yeah.
I can cast again.
Oh yeah, I was trying to go fast. I already forgot. Oops. I have too much fun. I forget I'm speedrunning. Sub 7. Mix of elite and not. That one accidental elite room. After asking about a Contagion Salt and Battery build, I tried Kloss Stabo and Zerker Stabo. Both are awesome. Well, I haven't done any nerdery about them. Zerker Stabo seems to be a bit faster than Kloss Stabo. Didn't try Kloss Stabo on a Melda, but Burr Stabo wasn't too painful with the White Rider. So it'll really depend on exactly the mechanics of what you've built into Earthshock. Obviously, you get Blast Chill on your actual melee hits, if you're lucky, on Burr Stabo, and because that's RNG, you know, the impact of Blast Chill can vary. A nice thing that you get with Claw Stabo is you get more crit chance. You get more crit chance, which means higher damage potential. But a big thing you're getting from the Burr tree that, unless you've built appropriately, you're not getting the other tree, is you're getting the Old Ways, which is a fresh multiplier to the stuff you're doing. Depending on how you're playing, you might also be getting Icebreaker as a fresh multiplier. So it could really go either direction there. Could really go either direction. One Stabo Capstone on both? Question. Why? How's this build do on Imelda? Very well. Ghostblade does really well in Phase 1 Imelda. Phase 2 is a little weird, but as long as I spawn Snake Stick Hydras from the ads, it does fine. Not a Theory Crafter? Oh, yeah, so I don't recommend Executioner's Blade, Stabo Capstone, on like 99% of setups. It triggers, it has a chance to trigger off of a gun or spell crit. How often are you getting gun and spell crits when you're swinging a melee weapon around, is my thing. Quag Pride indeed, Owl. Quag Pride indeed. Wasn't around for last week's Hotfix Day. What do we think of Stage 2 Imelda? I would rather not ever do Stage 2 Imelda again, is my feeling there. I don't like it. It's not for me. It's not for me. Is it worth taking Executioner's Blade on FTS builds? No. You wanna know why? If an enemy survived long enough for Executioner's Blade to hit it in your FTS build, you intentionally avoided damage somewhere. Additionally, if you take Executioner's Blade, you could have spent those points on your other multi-class fixing Stabo's formula issue. 1900 Banshee. Tried Stage 2 Imelda this morning, died 3 times for giving up. She's not necessarily directly difficult per se, it's just she's so awkward. Like, actually connecting with her is so difficult. Going Burr Capstone with Stabo gives massive uptime boosts, right.
Come on, have some fun.
2 Stabo builds are Stab Grave and Claw Stab. Yeah, I have builds for each of those multi-classes.
We'll take them all on.
Insta-downing on telegraphed AoE attacks. I don't like Imelda. I do not like. Hopefully Imelda 3, she, I don't know, gets bigger and isn't flying anymore. The flight thing is so weird.
There to return.
enemies. They took their time. Do all elites. How many skills I like in Graves Tree? Rather have them in stabs. Skills such as, what don't you like in Gravemourn's Tree, and what are you choosing to take in Sabo's Tree instead? Got an upgrade for my armor last night. It's 2 double off the spell damage. Ooh. It looks so fun. Hey, I'm glad you think so, Black Panther. I think I am gonna cover this with a video. I just gotta find the energy to edit. I'll take a lot in Graves Tree because I'm not doing companions using spells for damage more utility. That's not really answering the question. And also, that's not how skill trees work.
Way to finish them off.
So I put in the point on Executioner's Blade, so, but what is it doing for you, is the question. Like, what is that doing? On the rare occasion Executioner's Blade triggers for you, what is it doing? Morning, Scout Sniper. How you doing? Good to see you. Proc Nimble Fingers? Yes, but so do lots of other things. And hang on, if Nimble Fingers is something that's desirable to you, one of the things Nimble Fingers does is spell damage. You know what else gives spell damage? Ascension in the Gravemourn Tree. Hey Sinju, how you doing? Grave Stab isn't really a combo, I personally understand, like, what is it doing? Gravemourn has a lot of instances of damage, Viper. It can make for good contagion fuel. Like, you can have Dark Hydras, you can have Stain of the Soul, Harvest, Blast Gasp. You've got all those going as just extra potential pots. And you've got good healing from Sanguine Sacrament. Whereas Stabo is one of the multi-classes with no healing. Ascension strong? Ascension very strong. Ascension is the second most powerful source of spell damage in the entire game. Action skill with Grave Stab Contagion used because could it do Dire Stab Contagion? It could. You don't really have a reason to do that. Reaper is another really good option because remember, bonus element's good for Contagion. Reaper's a global bonus element.
Spooky storm. I'm pointing. Make way.
That's versus spell weaving, correct. Spell weaving is ugh. You'd have to divide spell weaving by 5 for it to drop to second place, by the way. That's how overtuned that is. That was unfortunate timing. Cancel my reload at a really bad time, like 3 times in a row. Finally moved to my new house. Ooh, that's good to hear. How am I? I'm doing well, doing well. Yeah, that's definitely the right cycle of stuff to do for that. Delusion on the way down, Ghostblade when I land as I shoot, and then place Sigil and start swinging. 843, all elites. All curses as well. And all side objectives. In terms of what I changed, Viper, I went for ASA Lightning instead of the Desperate enchant. So I still have ASA 20 here. Now, probably more optimal to have ASA Lightning over here and then keep Desperate here, because that's more all damage, but more conditionally. But ASA Lightning here made a big difference. Also, I did get a Theurge. It didn't have stats that I wanted. I wanted this one to be double status damage. I got status all, so I did have to move some hero points. I had to put some more into Wisdom to keep above the Contagion threshold. So I had to pull some out of Attunement and everything out of Dex. Yeah, sorry Dex, I had to pull out. I hope you understand. Hey Pragmatic, how you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, we're able to hit over 100k Ghostblade ticks without Soaked. And without Claw debuff. So with those things in place, it goes dummy. Ugh, sneezes. Apologies. Forget I found out something huge for my builds. Amulets actually matter. What did you change up? Because yeah, it can have a huge impact. Can we still cuddle? Absolutely. Hopefully ASA lighting's easy to roll onto. You at least have multiple slots you can go for that on Viper. You could go for that on your melee or on your ward. So, gives you a little wiggle room. Thinking about doing elusive testing last night, couldn't find a consistent source of self-damage that I could do. Amnesia. Although, elusive might not work on dots. Trying to find out if it gets amnesia or swift death scaling. Zip rocket underbarrel decks. Get some non-elemental zip rockets. Melee damage, melee crit chance. It's trying. I'm looking for... Ideally, I want melee damage, melee crit damage, and action skill duration. That's a double roll of action skill duration. It's non-chaotic. Duration helps with Ghostblade mobbing a lot. The bossing, it does enough damage, it doesn't need the duration. But in mobbing, more duration is very nice to have. No luck. So running like a lightning spore warden amulet for my missing answer because I have loot luck and spore warden power. Switch it up to stab up power and all damage current element. Oh yeah, that'd be a big increase. Didn't realize the purpose of amulets to switch them up based on build type I was running. I wouldn't say that makes you an idiot at all. It's very high base damage. %43 crit chance. Ice spikes are so good. That doesn't make you an idiot at all.
Aw, look who's come to play.
And I'm proud of you for taking that step to min-max in that way, Pragmatic. That's the kind of skill, once you do it once, you develop that reflex for all of your build crafting. So you'll just know to do that from now on. Which makes you a better builder. Most frustrating part of this game is the armor farm for the right passives and skill points to make the build truly work. For builds where you're very dependent on an armor roll of a particular kind, yeah, that can be a real point of frustration. That's part of why we need to keep having this conversation about item part variance and drop rates. Because all these people who claim that the game's too forgiving with drops in various areas, well, guess what? You're clearly not going for something specific for a build. So yeah, I 100% agree with you, Shay.
We'll take them all on together.
Area damage on armor really impactful? Yes. Because you can only get area damage either from Berserker skill tree, armor passive, or spell enchant. Or not spell enchant, gun enchant. There's two different gun enchants. One of them's ASE 5 seconds, the other one is gun kill 5 seconds. So, basically, the least conditional of those would just be to get it on your armor. And as a primordial, I think that's also the highest value. It's 5% per point for Ancient Fury, and the enchants are 35%, I believe. So area damage on armor is very, very, very valuable. Hey Moonface, how you doing? Who the fuck thinks this game's forgiving with drops? People who don't play it and want to downplay issues to make a 10-year-old game look better. Thanks you. I'm doing great. I'm glad to hear things are good for you. How impactful is it if you run armor, it doesn't match your multiclass completely? It can sometimes be a better choice to do so, Rager. In terms of what I prioritize on armor, I go in this order. I go stats over skills, over armor effect, over classes. So the first thing I look at is, are the stats on this thing good? Now, there's occasional exceptions to that. Like, if you're running, say, a contagion build, then yeah, the contagion points could become more important than the passives. But for this build, for example, this slightly changes the order because I like the skills on this armor, and I like the legendary effect. But, let's say, look at my Mistdancer, my gun build. I rarely run any armors that match my multiclasses because Spore Stabo just doesn't have good skill distributions on its armors. Because skills are determined by which classes rolled on the armor, you often end up with situations where your armor only matches one of your classes. Like, to get magic bullets on an armor, it is a Stabo primary, spell shot secondary armor. And that's still worth taking if you're like a spell shot clawbringer, if you want points in magic bullets, you know? So, you don't need to feel obligated to match both your classes. Usually, you'll see a lot of builds that just match one. This one happens to match two for me right now, but the clawbringer power actually does nothing for this build. All it does is make my wyvern die a little slower. That's it. Hey Ken, new Pokemon trailer? Yeah, Lechonk. It had to have been intentional. Like, they knew what they were doing, right? Like, at some point, we're gonna end up with all Pokemon names are just gonna be shitposts. It's gonna evolve into Lechungus or something. $658. Nice. Fragment Rain totally bonkers. Feel guilty using it. Fragment Rain's sick. Once again, it was a case of people who have used the gun beforehand were like, hey, hang on, this thing's cracked. And then it got buffed. Like, okay. Gotta meme them all. Skills at the bottom of skill tree are also pretty interesting since it allows you to access them with less investment, so those are ones I took out. I look out for too. Right. Like getting things like Awe without going that far down the skill tree can really enhance the build. Getting Awe, Wrath of Nature, Iron Squall, you know, things down lower in the tree. Double Knot can be very, very valuable. But yeah, referring back to the class power thing, my my Chillmonger, my launcher setup, runs a Stabo spell armor to get more points in magic bullets. And when I'm doing the more Warcaster oriented build, which is what I showed on stream yesterday, I run a Grave spell armor for Warcaster. I'm not a Graveborn. So, more often than not, you'll be using your armor to access a specific skill. But know that the passives are also very important for your damage output. Armor passives are like one of the biggest parts of a build. So, let's see. I don't have any primordial armors to showcase that with, but look at Volatile, gun crit chance, 42.2%. That's equivalent to several points in a Sport Warden tree, right? Even only at Chaotic, spell damage, 29.6%. That is half of Ascension's value at only Chaotic. It gets really crazy. Armor passives are a huge part of your build. .7 pickaxe. When I moved my cat, he hid in my blankets for 2 months. We called him Blanket Cat and kept things quiet for him until he adjusted. He came out at night to eat, etc. When I first got Kevin and Jake was fine. He adjusted quickly, but Kevin, partially due to new environment and also due to there was a third cat there he did not get along with. He hid in a suitcase for like months. He would come out occasionally, but yeah, he hid a lot.
Aw, look who's come to play!
I didn't mean to pick that ice spike up. Oh well, I have room. Cat was terrified when we moved houses, would meow so loud all the time for like a week. Yeah. Change is scary.
You go on ahead.
Motherfucker. What happened, Viper? Armor passive is why I can't switch my Graveborn to a companion build. Volatile spell damage, companion damage, spell crit chance. It's like a truck. Yeah, that's a lot of damage in one piece. definitely see why you're hesitant to give that up.
Remember this. You could have run. I feel.
Ever seen Jake on stream? Yeah, he doesn't pop up often. He's a little camera shy, but yeah. Kevin's definitely the more stream-friendly one. Now, that's interesting because Jake is the more social one, just in general. Like, he loves people. But he doesn't come around while I'm streaming. I think it's legit he doesn't like the webcam, which is weird because you'd think he wouldn't be aware of it. But, yeah. Cats are weird. Cats have personalities, just like people. Oh, game, you can handle this. Come on. Hi, Big Jeff. How you doing? On the eve of the hotfix, what do you think Santa Randy's gonna give us? I hope we get a melee or an assault rifle focus week. You know, we got SMGs last week. We've had pistol week before. We had a spell week. I'd like to see an assault rifle or a melee week. I imagine they might make melee coincide with whatever patch they address the live wire in. Thinking about it logically. Cameras is the same place even when you don't stream? Yeah, it's just on the top of my monitor. Hey Priz, how you doing? Oh yeah, right. Slayer kills don't. Slayer Ren and Rupture. Almost died to that. ARs in this game? Yes, there are. So if melee gets saved for full patch, that leaves launchers haven't been loved, right? Launchers haven't gotten loved, but I also don't think launchers need a damage increase. A lot of people say launchers need a damage increase. No, they don't, because that's not going to make people like them anymore. We saw that with the sniper buff. It's a usage issue. So if they were to give any love to launchers, I would say make some of the uniques a little more friendly to use. Like make the cannonballer's projectile behave a little less weird. Reduce the blue cake split distance. Maybe give us another launcher SDU or two. You know, if you were to do a launcher week, do that, because they absolutely do not need more damage. Oh, that's so satisfying. Hitting 4 enemies at once with Ghostblade, even the sound is like, oh. Is Pete Quag Melee or different build? This is Quag Melee.
champion. Oh. Back in.
Yator magic missile launcher. It could be funny. I think launcher SU values need to increase, especially in using Skulldugger flamethrowers. Yeah, I could get on board with giving them more ammo, for sure. You max status damage and hero points in this build? I didn't max it. I invested enough so that when added to my my amulet passive and my potent poison skill, I had over 100%. 100% is the threshold you want to break for optimal contagion use. Now, it's not contagion focused, so I didn't go any deeper than that. But, since I'm spec'd into the skill, it makes sense to break that threshold. So that's all I did. I feel like the amount of unique launchers is very lagging compared to other weapon types. Yeah, there's just fewer launchers. That's true. Just contagion for the bonus damage, not the focus. Right. I gotta get down to alchemical agent anyway. So like I may as well. I popped the sigil too early again. I need to stop doing that. Slow kill. How can you play Tiny Tina? Because this game's been out for 2 months?
My spell is ready.
Why is Steam saying for me release date coming soon? Because it's not been released on Steam. There's different storefronts. It is available through Epic Game Store. There is no current ETA on a Steam release. All we know is it's going to happen eventually, but they've not given more details. Where'd you buy it? Epic Game Store. If you're looking to score some extra stuff, shameless plug. I do have an affiliate link. If you purchase through that link, it goes through the 2K store, then you receive a code for the game on the Epic launcher. I do get some compensation, and if you go for the Chaotic Great Edition, that's the one with the Season Pass, you get extra cosmetics only through those links. So, I just bring that up anytime someone mentions getting the game. Probably 4 months. 4 more months, I would think. That's just a guess. Yeah. BL3 Steam release was 6 months after the launch of the game. So if it's the same pace, it'll be that, but they've not confirmed anything one way or the other, so gotta wait. Plenty strong without Livewire anyway. Yeah. 380 myth rank, 100 away from the imposed cap. What is my myth rank right now? 617. How'd you get your barb load? Been trying for days with no luck. The wheel, and I've gotten only maybe like 6 barb loads ever in what has to be a couple 100,000 souls, Eon. It's painful. Like, I've gotten a few barb loads, I've not gotten a single garlic breath. Not even one. It's crazy. So, I think that item might just be your kryptonite. Whereas, garlic breath is for me. Ghostblade being able to go up on that ledge is huge? Yeah. Gesture those melee fingers my way. So I really love the attention to detail with Ghostblade. Like, if you move it to your left, your character points to the left and stuff. It's... I like little animation things like that. Makes sense, haven't got one of those in the new armor either. Yeah, I've not gotten the ward or the garlic breath. Neither of them, a single time. I've gotten the Bolt Lash spell twice. Gotten the armor like 3 times, 4 times. But I'm really looking forward to this PLC 2 gear being put into the bunnies, because it's just so painful to farm otherwise. Like, I literally play this game professionally. Like, this is my job. So, I put in hours, and I still don't see some of the items. I can't imagine what a more casual player goes through. Hey, King Daddy D-Mac. Who wants the Deathless good with Intinas? So the Deathless is good if you can get a lot of HP and shield increases. You can do that on... you can go about that a couple ways. A popular multi-class for that is Hexecutioner, which is Spell Shot Clawbringer. Clawbringer's got a skill, Indomitable, this one down here, that if you would die, it instead just refills your whole ward and gives you some bonus damage for a bit. That's really nice as a safety net with Deathless. Clawbringer's also got a skill that increases your ward capacity. Spell Shot is the class that has the ability to restore your ward simply by casting a spell or reloading. So you don't need to wait for the cooldown. You don't need to wait for your recharge delay. Spell Shot's really good with Deathless. And you can build up enough ward capacity that you can tank hits that would otherwise kill you without having a Deathless on. It's like Barkenstein, the Green Raid boss. If you get enough wards, like, it just can't kill you anymore. It's kind of funny. Something to watch out for when using Deathless, though, is anytime there's some purple drink on the ground, so like purple goop, that bypasses your wards and goes directly to your health bar. So like the arena in the drill boss fight, the Dragon Lord can spawn puddles of it as well. The Maker can spawn it. All of that type of damage bypasses your ward. So if you're using a Deathless, you only have the 1 HP anyway. So like it hurts. It insta-downs you. Hey Lance-Red, how you doing? Stark Magic restore wards? No. It does not. One of the trade-offs of Deathless is that any healing mechanics no longer do anything for you. You are a tanky boy. Cool. Just barely. About to go down, only playing this game in the evenings. Item collection time go down. Yeah. Ow. That was a barrel. I deserved that. The knockback. That should kill. Oh, maybe not. Oh, there we go. There are no Transformer shield yet by another name? Correct. There's no Transformer equivalent. Transformer and Shock Lob carried my ass so long in BO3. Meh. Never quite cared for that interaction much, because you had to give up so much damage to do it. Meh. Not my taste. Yo, despite looking dirty, that was actually a really clean room. Getting 9-ish featured with no elites and 5 total curses. Nice, Viper. Stop spinning. It's rude. Why is someone always mowing their lawn here? Ghostblade, you're kind of overachieving. I wanted you to go here. There you go. Oh, that's okay. Guess I'll die. That's unfortunate. Just wants to do his budget Dreadwind. Seriously, how fast is grass growing near you? I don't know, man. It's frustrating. It's pretty fast, though. What's the best way to build a Berserker be using Dreadwind or Feral Surge? Encounter clear while I was down. Cool. No time loss, I guess? Something I personally like with Feral Surge on Berserker is I like focusing on Icebreaker and Cold Snap to freeze enemies and then finish them off with Feral Surge and chain that. That's something I enjoy. Yeah, that's definitely the way to do that. Cool. Is Ghostblade a budget Dreadwind or is Dreadwind a budget Ghostblade? I think they're comparable for different instances. Like, Dreadwind has a better damage formula, kind of. It's got ability damage and area damage, which Ghostblade doesn't. And it's got a higher base damage, but Ghostblade ticks faster, is safer, and can hit enemies that are inaccessible with Dreadwind. Like, you can't Dreadwind most of Drill's hitbox, for example. You can't Dreadwind Banshee for any significant period of time. But Ghostblade can do those things. Lazy says Feral Surge bad. Quadra says Feral Surge not so bad. I don't like in my dad's fight. It's a perspective-based thing. It's perspective, Beaver. So, like, I'm comparing Feral Surge to something like Cleansing Flames, where you can make Cleansing Flames kill in mobbing with huge investment. You need less investment to do so with Feral Surge. Because the entirety of the work is being done by something else with Feral Surge. Feral Surge also has use cases like it's got very high cryo efficiency, so that's real nice. And you can use it for movement tech as long as you have appropriate cooldown investment elsewhere. Does it need some love? Sure, but I think it needs less than some other action skills. Like, I would rather use Feral Surge over Barrage right now, except for Spore Fuse Enchant, which honestly isn't even best case in realistic gameplay. I would rather use Feral Surge over Blizzard. Although I do have a Blizzard setup that I want to give a try. It's in my notepad. Honestly, I'd also rather use Feral Surge over Dreadwind. Ghostblade doesn't tick faster unless you're somehow at 4 attack speed. What I mean with Ghostblade ticks faster is, in terms of over the course of the entire activation, Ghostblade has less downtime. Because Dreadwind requires you to physically be on them, and the slightest knockback bumps you off. So if you get bumped off in one of your ticks, and you get back on, it doesn't tick yet. So effective ticks, I should say. I left out some words. Effective ticks on Ghostblade are faster. Because you don't lose any. Unless you just decide not to move it. Like, if enemy's here, and then moves here, and you just don't move Ghostblade, well, that's on you. But if you're Dreadwinding, and this is the enemy here, and they just keep bopping you off, then, like, nothing. Ghostblade, you can do that. What'd you secondary class on that then? My Feral Surge setup currently doesn't have a second class. It's just Berserker, just to prove a point. But what you could pair with that is, anything, really. You can go Spore Warden for Wrath of Nature. You could go Stabomancer for Exploit Their Weakness. Spell Shot and then do some Paradigm nonsense. Can you add Ghostblade early? No, the best you can do is expend the duration by moving it a bunch of times. You lose a chunk of duration each time you move it, so the best you can do to end Ghostblade early is just do that a lot. I'm a Hammerzerker, which is mainly built around Iron Squall. I run Feral Surge just because it's cool. Yeah, my melee Hammerzerker runs Feral Surge as well, because I have an Ancient Hilt. So, if I'm hitting an enemy 4 times a second, you know, I'm getting back my Feral Surge like every other enemy. May as well.
Are you prepared? We'll see. Good luck!
Turn back now, and you might survive. Interesting.
Scientifically proven that each melee provides some happy chemical. Iron Squall makes more happy chemical. That's very true. I agree with the findings of this study.
Let it rip. Come to play.
Now that I'm a lab technician, you're welcome for testing. Congrats again on that, Viper. Happy to see things are going your way, truly. Thanks, you the best. No, you. The Hydra Snakes take prop Blast Chill. They used to, but Blast Chill is now melee attack exclusive after the last patch. They used to, they no longer do. But they still do Alchemical Agent, which is one of the big reasons we are using it here. I never end this room over on that side. I should probably go back to not doing that, because it's so far away. Lose so much time to travel. Switch my Frost Shiver melee build to a Skulldugger plus Ghostblade. 10-minute feature run, not bad considering I was using a Ragnarok. Yo, Moonface, that's sick. Skulldugger helping a lot.
Way to finish them off.
Morning, Cryptic. How you doing? Skulldugger definitely makes melee viable when they clap Livewire. Yeah. Ooh, that was a real fast room. Like that. Not gonna hit me, Parasite? Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna get fucked anyway. Slow kill because Parasite didn't behave with me. 556! Yo, sub 6! Sub 6 featured with Ghostblade. That's a PP. Doing well, thanks. How about yourself? Doing great, doing great. A bit annoyed about my internet connection and everyone mowing the fucking lawn, but other than that, slow kill. It's slower than it could have been. Ghostblade fast. I'm gonna tweet this. It's your fastest run ever. Something in the low fives, pragmatic. But that wasn't on this featured. Also, I don't use pixies, so I'll never have the fastest runs, but I'm happy with how fast I can go. With other setups. Message build farm has been very interesting. I've got 3 different chaotic messages with very different gun and status images. Part variants be like that, yeah. Making me have needs improvement feelings about my 45-minute C3. Listen, everyone's got their own personal standards of performance. For me, I like getting within spitting distance of super optimized, like, meta builds like pixies and things like that. I like getting close to those times with more creative concepts. That's my goal. So that's what I'll judge these things by. So if I say slow kill, it doesn't actually mean slow, it means relative to what I could have done. Do the burbap things. Most of my setups getting through in 9-12 minutes. I'd say that's still upper middle Irish. Or Viper, excuse me. Your green names right next to each other. What percentage of health does Lord of Edges proc at? It's a progressive thing, Irish. It's the lower your health is, the more of it you get. It caps out, assuming it uses the same scaling as Desperate Measures from Borderlands 3, caps out at 1 HP. So, at full HP, you get nothing, but the lower it is, the more you get. Thoughts on Rampage? You wouldn't get good uptime because of how fast Ghostblade's ticking. Like, sure, you hit once, you get your 10% melee crit. Okay, your first Ghostblade crit ticks. Your first Ghostblade tick crits, and then you lose your Rampage. Would a Ghostblade crit reset? Yes. Yes, it would. Ghostblade critting a lot anyway. Yeah, without my buffs active, I have 8 out of 3 all right now, but 44.5% melee crit, just resting, without any of my buffs. So if I have Ghostblade out, and then I trigger Awe, goes way, way higher. I can hang out at like 70% with my buffs active. Like, Rampage wouldn't really be working. Echo's not doing much for me. It's letting me deliver some damage off of the alchemical dots. I would prefer to have Warrior or Ancient. Warrior or Ancient would be best case here. Maybe even Archmage. Archmage would be good too. Deathless get 50% damage, 40% damage reduction, 2-1 is great. Now, put in context that that's not actually great at all. Remember, it is not 50% overall damage, Irish. It is 50 of the all damage stat. So, 1 point of Lord of Edges barely beats out this single enchantment. It's the same stat. It just goes in that pool. So if I was to, say, equip this enchantment, not only is that a similar parameter to Lord of Edges, it's more damage. Now keep in mind that Lord of Edges is also additive with Faithful Thralls in the Graveborn tree. Same skill tree. Faithful Thralls gives more. Lord of Edges is not very good. It's decent as a one-pointer if you're trying to get to the capstone, but it is not something to build around, especially not something to use a 2 out of 1 setup for. Easy way to see how much total dot crit chance you have. Hover over crit, it's the last one. Status effect critical hit chance, it's got its own thing there. We're taking more for the damage reduction, honestly. Yeah, the damage reduction is the best part of Lord of Edges. Is there preference on this build Echo over Caustic? No, Echo is what I have. Like, it's just what I have. In terms of swapping out this Snake Stick for something else, like, sure, it wouldn't be hard to get a volatile one with Caustic if I just put my nose to the grindstone a little bit, but that's not Primordial. The damage from having a Primordial one is really, really nice, and I don't want to give that up, so I'm willing to use a hilt that is not my first choice. Caustic would be better, but I just don't have it. I would prefer basically any of the other hilt mods, with the exception of Amp and Rampage. I would not want either of those, but any of the others would be an upgrade over Echo for this build.
Think you can make it?
Ideally Warrior, Ancient, or Archmage.
There's more where that came from. Serves you right. Ready to attack.
What about Slip and Stun? I was messing with Slip and Stun for a bit. I was using that before. I switched to a Theurge to reduce my Ghostblade downtime. Slip and Stun's great here, though. Honestly, personal taste on this setup, between Slip and Stun, Theurge... You could even make a case for Joint Training, I guess. Wouldn't be my pick, but you could. Skeep if you find you need a little more tank. Barbalode would work, because we are shooting crossbolts with our gun. You got a lot of amulet choices here. The ones I'd say wouldn't help would be Bloodbag. Bloodbag and Blaze of Glory would not help here. But there's cases for each of the others. Even Universal Soldier. I just wouldn't use the Skullbugger. Universal Soldier. I'd switch back to Black Powder or Dahlia for that. run's going well so far. That second room could have been faster, but other than that, I'm okay with how this is going.
Time for a spell! I'll not suffer the likes of
I was really bad about reloading my Skulldugger at a good time. I could have done better. Hey CZ, how you doing? All those primordial shadow powers being left behind. Listen. Speed. Speed more important. Maybe. Probably. Possibly. Speed. Hey, Pupty. Oh, we got a Quagsire train going? Let's go.
we meet at last. Back in business.
Damn. Okay. Well, that was fast. I like that one. 544, even faster. The speed. Quagsire train now for the inclusion. Let's do it. Let's make it happen. That was pretty good. I'm trying to think, is a sub 5 possible on this build? My second room was pretty bad. I'm not good at that room. That last dragon statue room, not the last one, the second to last one, I could have done that one better too. I don't think that's 44 seconds of time save though. Hey Butter, how you doing? Feel good about this. Contagion says hi. I mean, it's not Contagion doing the vast majority of the work here. Like, Contagion occasionally pokes its head in, but I wasn't Contagion on Parasite. That was just the build's damage. Ghostblade is doing the majority here. Ghostblade's cracked. Reason Parasite died so fast, compared to the other stuff, is, I'm applying melee crossbolts. I'm holding this, I trigger my enchantment here, trigger my enchantment here. I got this enchantment on. I got the all damage from that. I got this enchantment. I let Parasite hit me once so that I get Bad Egg as well. And yeah, I apply Soak with Delusion, and then I get the Claw debuff from my Wyvern. So, big damage formula on Parasite. I don't use the Delusion or have Bad Egg for mostly everything else, just boss fights. But yeah, that was just Ghostblade. This is a non-contagion dependent build. I'm very proud of that. Time include the time between encounter clear and start? Yes. It's any unpaused time. So even if I, like, just run around doing nothing and the encounter's cleared, it's anything there. So if you spend time looting, it makes your run take longer. That's why I don't stop for loot. So I'd say that means it's fair to say with a no curses, no elite run, we can consistently sub 6 on this featured. Let's see if we can get... Try for sub 7. All curses, all elites. I want to try. Don't quite have the boss melts just yet on this. Drill's being an ass. Do you have the crossbolts going, Viper? It helps a lot. That's a volatile shock snake stick, but it's amped. Sad. Primordial Pan with Warrior. Okay, remember I outlined the conditions under which I would try out a pan? It's this. Cool. Cool. Wouldn't mind a drill feature to get him down to science. We had drill featured with PLC 1 release, so I could see them doing it again. It's gonna be weird not having snake stick hydras. Oh, my bank's full. I can't store stuff. Guess I sell stuff. Do I need that twin soul? Nah. Do I need that twin soul? Nah. Need that snake stick? Nah. Dupe protection 1. Just rolled the same enchant twice, my first 2 rolls. Well, I'm not going to use it at all if I don't get a good enchantment for it. What was this? That's something, I guess. Alright, so this is going to be weird because I'm not going to have snake stick hydras. Let's just do a normal run. See how this goes. Then we'll try to push the all elite time after. The sound. Bad Egg with the pan sound effect is just such a satisfying combination of noises. You got the crunch, but you've also got the bonk. You know? That's satisfying. But any idea for a better spell would be better than second Buffmeister, because I need the movement speed and one Buffmeister to make rubies way better than pictures from mobbing. A second spell with that setup? How's your all damage stat, Butter? Fortifying Sigil? Could also potentially use that to help you maintain the full health enchant if you're running with that.
My conscience is clean.
I missed my snake stick. Missed it a lot. Best way to farm moon orbs is it chaos runs? Yeah. You'd be looking at doing whichever chaos chamber run you can do the fastest on intense difficulty, Joey. So highest chaos tier you can do, whichever run format you can do fastest on intense. If I have to even consider picking one of those up, I'm going slow. Yeah, this is significantly slower. Snake stick supremacy. Just having the Hydras out there also applying melee damage is too good. Quack, sometime last night trying to get to sleep, got the idea to maybe use oil and spice, put an oil pile down, and then marshmallow on top of it, make the oil puddle explode, absorb the damage from the marshmallow explodes. I've not used either of those items enough to know how cursed that is, but way to think outside the box, Dex. So I can tell you this much, Pan, in terms of bonk an enemy in the face, definitely hits way harder than Snake Stick. It's just, it doesn't have the lingering damage. Although, that was a really fast room clear, and I don't know why the fuck it was. Okay. I'm gonna try and get a good nap in before work, catch you later. Sounds good, Swin. You have a good one. Sigil sounds good, maintaining full health enchant, also 56% all damage from armor, amulet, swift death. Okay, may as well not include swift death there, realistically. So yeah, the heal from the sigil could be nice. It would also be some all damage. It'd be more all damage in your build than swift death likely would be, lol. Enemies? Oh, you're goblins. That's why you're hiding. Oil and spice grease trap wannabe. That's what I've heard. I've not spent enough time with the item to have an accurate gauge of its power. That sound is so satisfying. Ugh. The pan wins for sound design. Hey Forward, how you doing? Yeah, Pan is a clear winner for actually bonking things in the face. 744. Definitely slower than Snake Stick, because of those early rooms. But, Pan good. Also, Pan makes you tankier, simply by having it equipped. And some of this difference in performance could have been Warrior Hilt versus Echo Hilt. My melee damage stat is higher as a whole. With this on. Yeah, Pan's got higher base damage, higher crit damage. That's why that felt significantly chunkier. Hey, side effect. What's the build you're using if I'm fine asking? You're absolutely fine to ask. I can go over it for you. This is my Ghostblade build. We take Ghostblade. And for the second tree, we go Clawbringer. Clawbringer, in my opinion, provides the most out of all the classes for Ghostblade. Because sure, Spell Shot, you got Paradigm. Berserker, you've got Duration with Blood of the Fallen, along with melee damage. But the thing Clawbringer does is you get that bonus element from Oath of Thunder. You get Awe, which is crit chance and crit damage. Now, melee crit is a very easy stat to stack, so you could get very high melee crit, and Clawstalker has a really good crit formula, because Awe's crit damage goes with Shrine crit in the formula, then you've got the Ghostblade crit enchant, you've got Stabbo class feat combined with Awe crit chance, on top of whatever melee crit chance you might have from your gear. And then critting is very rewarding because you also have Alchemical Agent. You have Contagion and Exploit Their Weakness and all that stuff. So this multi-class combo gives a lot to Ghostblade as an action skill. We also run around shooting this Scalawag, a ×2 fire Scalawag with a 25% blade and melee crossbolts. So we just have a really good formula for Ghostblade. We can introduce further things like the claw armor debuff from targeting the enemy with our Wyvern. We've also got soaked debuff. Get a Muriel. Yeah. So basically the gameplay loop is we run around bonking enemies with melee weapon if they're close to us, and if they're not, we shoot them with the Scalawag and tell Ghostblade to get them. We got a Fortifying Sigil for survivability and also for triggering Theurge and giving us more damage. We got a Bad Egg, so whenever our ward's down, we get big melee damage. And we've got rings with melee stats and action skill duration. I tried out a Pan on that run. Snake Stick's my preferred weapon. But yeah, so I'll leave it up on the skill tree. I gotta run to the bathroom real quick. BRB chat. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Tiny bladder. Yeah, Mr. Adblock, thanks for giving us up the Nightbot. I appreciate it. Thank you. And Poundhouse, plus 5 awe. We have plus 3 from our armor, and then we have 2 from Butt Stallion. I just lucked into an awe buff from Butt Stallion. In terms of what Butt Stallion's boosted in this run, she gave us 6 points in Oath of Fire and 2 in awe.
On fire. There you go, Quack.
The extra points in Oath of Thunder are from our armor as well. Such a cool build, though. I'm glad you like it. A run a similar build, would I be able to give up the hammer, though? Yeah. I prefer Ghostblade to hammer, because Ghostblade is very controllable. What you can do with Ghostblade... let me get my cooldown back to demonstrate that. Where is it? There it is. So... Hammer you can throw every 5 seconds if you retract it immediately, and you get 3 hits, which is a pretty good deal. But Ghostblade, get a lot of hits there. Oh, enemy over here now. Get a lot of hits there. Get a lot of hits there. You also get access to much more impactful damage enchants with Ghostblade. And Ghostblade allows you to do more things while it's active. So I fill an enemy with melee crossbolts, I switch debuff them with the Delusion, I ping the target so that my Wyvern goes and debuffs it. You can apply a lot to your Ghostblade formula. Ghostblade's really good sustain, whereas Hammer Throw is burst. I ultimately prefer Ghostblade, because you can keep Ghostblade active for a long time. Hey, Out of Tamales, how you doing? Good to see you. What class mod? Currently using a Stormclaw. The debuff applied by your Wyvern when you have this on is a unique mult in your formula. So it's a 20%, multiplies with everything else in the game. So it's really big. And because my Ghostblade is lightning, my Snake Stick is lightning, my Oath of Thunder bonus element, lightning, all that stuff's lightning. It's a good choice, element-wise. One chance you're running? You have a YouTube vid? I don't have a vid. It's something I plan on making. I'm more of a live content guy, so I drag my feet on build videos. But we've got Ghostblade enchant on our fortifying sigil. Got action skill active lightning damage on the Bad Egg. Action skill start all damage on the Snake Stick. And spellcast melee damage on the Scalawag. If I were to make Hammer Throws cooldown under a second, no. You can get it down to probably like 3 if you overspec cooldown a lot. If you run Blood of the Fallen, Berserker Capstone, you could effectively get it down to almost nothing, because you'll get 20% of it back on each kill. So if you throw it, retract it, then it's cooling down, and you get like 3 kills, then it'll effectively be like 2 seconds. But also, yeah, there's no reason to do that. Like, 5 seconds is already a threshold where you get full uptime on every enchant, and you still get like 3 seconds of wiggle room. No real point. Let's roll more armors. If you're annoying, you try to recall your hammer and you get stuck in the animation for much longer than you should, can't do anything. That too, Fatal. That's a good point to bring up. I don't like when that happens. Ghostblade's just very consistent. Now, the awkward thing with Ghostblade is managing your uptime and your downtime. I do have a ring that gives action skill duration. I highly recommend you get at least 1 ring with that. And I have a Theurge to reduce my downtime. I also have almost full investment in Attunement in my hero stats to reduce that cooldown even further. I was briefly entertaining the idea of smart armor, then I talked sense into myself. Smart armor is just... it's so weird. I don't like it. Okay, we'll do an all elites, all curses run now.
Take aim. Hail, little. They fought nobly and now this is a battle.
Why no Stab Capstone if you can Ghostblade? Because Stab Capstone doesn't trigger off of Ghostblade. Also, it's bad. Stab Capstone requires a gun or a spell crit. It also requires investing more into a bad skill tree. And I say bad with an asterisk next to it. Stabomancer's skill tree is really good if you focus on the stuff on the right-hand column. Alchemical Agent is the final skill in that right-hand column. There's no reason to go past it. I can take Awe instead, which is a much more impactful skill. Awe is a really good damage skill. Executioner's Blade is a RNG-based, time-delayed, anti-synergistic mess of a skill. It's not very good. Remember, if your Executioner's Blade killed something, then your build is good enough to kill something without it, and it would do so faster without it. Smart Armor boosting the same stat as Village Idiot? Like, am I smart or something? The god of Himbos simply blessed you.
Look who's come to play.
Clutch Sigil blocking that attack. Hey Atris, happy Pride. How you doing? Rohith, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Let me through. I gotta hit Mike. I lost a few seconds there. That was very dirty.
I can cast again.
Auto Tamales, thank you for taking care of Pound House. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Second time in the channel. I appreciate it. Thank you. Bad Ghostblade targeting. Good job, Trimmer. This room's gonna be slow. I mishandled the start of this pretty badly.
Energy sapped.
I had to pop a Ghostblade, a place I don't like to pop a Ghostblade. So I'm kind of not going to have it for this next room. Hey Rabbit, how you doing? How you feeling today? You adding ability damage or melee for Ghostblade? Ghostblade does not get ability. It is just melee. Doing that. Very scuffed. Can't build for shit. How do you make everything work how you want? Damage formula. And not everything does. Remember I mentioned I was gonna work on a Hydra setup last stream, and I was trying to make it work last night, and it wasn't going the way I wanted. I couldn't find my damage. So it didn't work out. Not everything works out. This setup is working out very well. That's this setup, specifically. Badass crab is murdering my face. Ugh. That was dirty. Why is going over say Tooth Raider for fire and awe? Yeah. Also, the blade attachment. So you're working on a Hydra setup? Yeah. Ooh, sub 7. All elites, all curses, sub 7. That's pretty nice. I didn't think I'd get that first try. So, if then have a ring that has ability crit chance doesn't affect Ghostblade? Correct. Correct. Ghostblade is melee, gets melee stuff. Ability doesn't necessarily mean action skill. Ability is just its own area of things. So, like, you got gun, you got melee, you got spell, then you got ability. Hydra setup, more like hydrate setup. Fucking got him. Gotta go hydrate now. I'll drink bean water. Doing good, grinding Div 2 a lot still. Loving the end game. I've heard good things. Maybe I'll get into that eventually, Rabbit, once Wonderland's addiction lets go of me. To scale off the melee weapon? Yes. Ghostblade is your melee weapon with a 15% damage penalty. Where to find what does ability damage? The game tells you, pretty much. Let me screenshot this. So like, for example, look at Storm Dragon's Judgment. It says lightning melee damage for the hit, and then when it's out, staying on the ground, lightning ability damage. Each thing that scales with ability damage tells you. Stabomancer does not have anything that scales with ability damage at all. There is nothing in this tree that does ability damage.
That's more like it.
Out of curiosity, what are you trying to do with a Hydra build? Vigilant Sigils and Frostburn or something that interested me a bit. So I was pumping some formula into those, but spell-based Hydras don't really do much damage. It's the gun Hydras that do a lot more. So I'm just kind of trying to figure out how I want to overcome that issue. And also, I prefer using less well-known multi-classes. Like, obviously I could put it on a dead shot and it'd work fine, but I don't want to do that. This Diamond Gauntlets wants me to pick it up. It's got gun damage. No area kind of makes me go, eh. But it's got 2 exploit their weakness. It's Frost, though. Guess I could use it with Tiebreaker. Use it with Tiebreaker on liquid cooling. Yeah, I justified it to myself enough. Sometimes I need to talk myself into picking up items. If I were to do any companion-based build, it'd be combo Graveclaw Spore, right. Say the game's still on discount, definitely worth picking it up. I own the game already, Rabbit. I've just never played it. I do own Div 2. You're a Diamond and Steel Gauntlet fan, for sure. I still want to mess around with Feral Surge Diamond Gauntlets. They should try simpler builds, keep trying to do everything. Yeah, you can't do everything. Focus on a concept, and then build from that concept. Like, this build was, hey, I want to do Ghostblade. And it just kind of evolved from there. Everything I do in this build revolves around Ghostblade. It's much easier to get a successful build up and running if you focus on one thing. And then you can add more in from there. Primordial Diamond Guard. This thing doesn't really have part variants, right? Makes sense to just take. 170 crit on a Great Axe. Neat. Diamond Guard has 1.8 swing speed. Like, it's trying. It even rolled a good enchant. Like, that's literally the best Diamond Guard sword I've ever seen. Like, out of the box, it just rolled like this. Huh. I don't think this is known, but the way pet damage goes in the formula of Hydras isn't as a separate mult, rather it's conditional damage. That would make sense. Is this for all Hydras, CC? Or is this, like, just Spell Hydras, Snake Stick Hydras, Dark Hydras, Hydra. What does Grave give to Sabo using FTS? All damage stat. Faithful Thralls. Graveborn has Sanguine Sacrament, which allows you to be much tankier. Gives you better uptime on the wall, health is full, enchant, which is conditional damage, which neither of those classes otherwise gives you. If you use a Queen's Cry, Ascension is spell damage to fuel that. Graveborn doesn't do that much for guns, though. TDR Hydras, Ability Hydras, Spell Hydras, and Melee Hydras. Any others? Can't think of others. But that's cool. It applies as conditional damage. That's useful information. I don't think there's any others. Did play a Feral Surge with Last Rites build, not scaled that character past C20. It still works for mobbing at C35, Rohith. That combo. It's just bossing. You're definitely going to want to use something super reliable like Torg Stickies for bossing. Also, Mia, yeah. Been using Last Rites, Gluttony, and Heckwaiter. Swap the 4th gun several times. Are you using amulets to support each of those? If using Last Rites, do you have area damage to support that? If using Gluttony, are you limiting your healing to get more uptime on the Gluttony's damage buff? All questions to ask.
Ready for adventure?
Diamond Guard perform better? I've not used it. I've not used Diamond Guard in this setup. The thing with it is, It's got a good attack speed and okay base damage, but it's non-elemental unless I swing, connect, and then it'll turn all my melee into an element. But I have very little control over which, and the more I swing, the less control I have over what element my Ghostblade's actually doing. The status, chance, and damage is nice, but I don't think it would be competitive with Snake Stick. Automod got you there, Cavill. It did not like the term kill the stupid. How do you kill the witch if you're a melee build? Ghostblade. I think pixies are technically flying hydras, so probably those two. That means that Cursed Wit enjoyers are taking another L, because I've been saying this entire time, Body Rune over Cursed Wit for pixies. But even in Cursed Wit range, Body Rune would win then, if the companion damage was being applied as conditional. It got you too, Dex. Does area damage affect Ghostblade? No. We have the formula in a Google Doc, Rohith, if you want to look at that. It's broken down by each action skill and each type of damage. It's very comprehensive. Sen and CZ worked very hard on that. Sometimes when Spell Hydras prog Blast Gasp hits really hard, it's really inconsistent. Right, Blast Gasp is ultimately RNG based. So, makes it awkward. If I'm spamming spells to proc Sanguine, is Gluttony a bad match? Gluttony will still do good damage without its conditional buff active. Without its Magic Bullets buff, I should say, active. But you are missing out. You are missing out.
Come on, have some fun.
Is that a 298k Ghostblade pick? Excuse me? Illegal? Yo, Silent. Thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well.
I cannot. Ancestral vengeance.
That was a really scuff first room. What build's this? This is my Ghostblade setup, Masherman. Chicker Mail sent you -1 buckaroonies. Thank you, Lone. I appreciate that. Tell me, Irish Dwarf listens to Gloria Estefan. Do you have yourself a Leprechaunga? Well played, robot. I like it. Always on point with the joke.
There's more where that came from.
It's kind of a slow run. Oh well, practice. Only time Curse Wit better for strikes because they don't get access to companion damage. Maybe. Even then, you'd still have to hug things, Butter, and you could instead run full health enchant. with a body rune, and then get conditional that way.
We'll take them all on together. You should have yielded when you had the chance.
Give any indication what the hotfix will be focused on this week? No. They did not give us a preview this time around. I'm hoping it's an AR balancing pack. That's what I want. Where are you, Mike? Where fucking Mike go? Mike, why are you over here? What are you doing? He knows, chat. He knows.
Let the magic begin.
Fun fact, chainmail armor had to be distributed to 10 other knights if you don't want to be cursed with 10 years of heresy.
I just fell in with the wrong crowd.
Did you die? You did. Took you a while, but
You
you
have
did.
learned well, my apprentice. I shall uphold my oath.
Excuse me? Okay. Arrows would be nice, but something that makes the unenchantable able to be enchanted would help. That's going to be more in the patch department, Foster. That's... Remember, they have to patch that. So, wouldn't expect that in a hotfix. That's the kind of thing you would expect on a DLC drop day. PLC drop, whatever. Only reason I love strikes over the other pets is because Fear Not strikes proc Barbalode. Anything procs Barbalode? You mean, can set up Barbalode? Yeah, that's cool.
They reap their devastation.
Ghostblade, you wanna, like...
Time for a spell.
Guess not. Thunder Anima Enchanted? That'd be nice. Boost Imp back up a bit, that'd be cool too. I'd love to see the quad bow get some love. Enchantable Anima and Donkey would go a long way. Could maybe justify a manufacturer-wide Stoker AR buff, honestly. It might do more than necessary to the Donkey and Bread Slicer, but, like, they're not overperforming right now, so. BO3 update. BO3 update. Ah, PlayStation crossplay. Various performance and stability improvements. Various performance and stability improvements? You think they addressed vendor crashes? That'd be sick. Actually look at vendors in Malon Takedown again? That'd be big pog. No. God damn it, Buck T. Stop it. Let us hope. In terms of what other ARs could use some love. Come on, Parasite, how did you miss? What are you, me? Okay, you straight up missed. Cool. I was standing still and Parasite missed me. That's my job. That's my whole thing. Tomorrow's blinged out badasses. Oh yeah, yeah. They did give us a roadmap of mini events for Wonderlands. Trick mirror with double health parts. That sounds interesting. Actually, that's really good. Because the health will work favorably with Deathless, right? Deathless Trick Mirror? Shame it's not Chaos tiered at all. That's actually pretty good. Code for armor? It's working there, Rohit. Nightbot was just being slow. Hey Vlad, how you doing? I'd like to see Mistrial get a slight buff, so good, and took a hit with the blanket nerf. Just... But, like, does it need to be better? That's the thing. Mistrial still, like, kills. Sure, it's not on the level of, say, Last Rites, but does it need to be? Because it's, like, not an interesting gun at all. It's just the Moonfire without any of the fun flavor. Grading playthroughs. Yeah, remember they nerfed Pookies. Probably because of the speedrun. Really like the super targeted way they're handling buffs and nerfs. Yeah, it's nice. Doesn't Mistrial already have amp? Yeah, that's what I mean when I said it's the Moonfire. The Moonfire's gimmick in BO3, every third shot got amped. Mistrial does that. Except the Moonfire was interesting in that it was the only non-splash torque. If Headcanon got a buff, why the heck can Mistrial just be vanilla pudding? That's fair, Dex. I can't really argue with that. Can't argue with that. Ooh, 3 magic bullets on an amnesia. Spell damage, health regen. The ability crit chance doesn't do anything, but 3 magic bullets on an amnesia. I should pick that up. I don't know what I'll do with that, but maybe something. Grave Stabbo without any contagion. Feels bad. Spell Stabbo without any double knot? Feels bad. Primordial Pandemicium. Got area damage. That's about all it's got going for it, though. What can I get rid of? I don't need that. I don't really need a Banshee either, but I guess I'll keep one. Want pincushion buff? I'd love a melee week. I'm expecting the melee week with the patch, because that's when they're gonna address Livewire, right? So I'd expect it to be then. Which means it seems like this week would be either ARs or launchers. I hope they don't cave to all the talk of launcher buffs, because they don't need it. But AR buffs would be welcome and justified.
We'll take them all on together.
Still like to see shields get some balancing. Like, why? Like, what would you have them do? I suppose I should ask. Reason Moonfire is my least favorite Torg. No secret, total Sliver Torg pistols. Moonfire, Torg, Gunner, Jacobs. It was Torg. It was Moonfire, I almost said. It was Torg. Felt like a Jacobs, but it was a Torg. Anything I can spend moon orbs on right now? Guess I could keep rolling this salt and battery. It's 1.9 pickaxe. I should roll something onto that. Is that a vampire too? It does. Huh. That's really good. Then I have this primordial pickaxe. I'll roll this one too. What's the dot on a pickaxe? Low. Low chance too. Yeah, Mr. Adblock, we saw that a few minutes ago. Crossplay for BL3. Finally full crossplay. Love to see it. I love the Cannonballer so much, doesn't perform up to spec, love its gimmick. Cannonballer does more than enough damage, it's just actually hitting things is the problem. Cannonballer does not need more damage. It already got a damage buff when the entire Torg manufacturer got buffed, and it wasn't doing enough damage before that. Or was the one side mission BL3 where you had to watch two dudes fight? Oh yeah, that one. That was in DLC 1, right? Shield Weak, do agree they're a bit unbalanced. Body runes the Alpha and the Omega. But here's the thing. Here's what my argument against that is, Dex. How do you balance the body rune? Because if you nerf its damage, okay, whatever, still using it. If you nerf the healing, okay, whatever, still using it. If you nerf both, okay, whatever, still using it. Like, it's kind of in the area with Moses Short Fuse, where what can you actually do to it that means anything? No stat changes, go with easy breaking, doesn't matter if I have 13,000 capacity or 1,300, I don't think shields should be one shot all the time, but you can build to a point where they don't get one shot all the time, Rager. Something Lazy was doing yesterday is he's got a Hexecutioner that runs Deathless, and he can literally tank Barkenstein's attacks. Like, Bark is one of the hardest hitting things in the game. He can just tank it. They baked in all the offline annoyance like slide weapon damage. So wait, they don't drop offline anymore either? CZ? Or they put them back in? I know it's the first one, but let me be hopeful for a moment. Correct? Oh well, still save edit those in. Done, never again. Sad. 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 Take away its spirit rune properties that most people don't know about anyway. That deal with the stressful family drama, nothing to be sorry about, Rolls. I hope that resolved in a at least a manageable manner. But stream's been good. I hope you're okay. Is it kind of bad you have to run a specific armor, have shields not break constantly though? But you don't have to, is the thing. So Deathless is one way of doing it. You could just build more into Constitution. You could run a Harbinger amulet. You could run Mage armor. Like, you can get your wards more than tanky enough. And then there's a couple wards of the obscenely tanky type that I don't see a lot of people using. You know, Static Charge and Kinetic Friction are monstrously beefy. Trick Mirror and Shamwai against projectile-based enemies are very beefy. Oh no, my favorite shield in Wonderland's the Transistor. Transistor's sick. You know Transistor can buff your non-elemental damage elementally? Transistor's cool. Don't see anyone using it though. Never put a single point in Constitution, so I can't complain. Well, there you go. Constitution. I spec it in a lot of builds. On my missed answer, I take Constitution points to make my ward bigger so that my health doesn't take the hit. Hey, Piker, thank you for the 11 months. I appreciate it. Say that again? Transistor buffs your elemental damage of the last element you received as damage. This includes non-elemental. So, if you shoot your feet with a non-elemental cannonballer, your transistor is now buffing your non-elemental damage.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Thank you so much, Piker. I appreciate it. Thank you, much better now. I'm glad to hear it's been good. You've been enjoying your Ghostblade build. Saw your tweet about fast clear. Yeah, we got an even faster one than that tweet as well. Ghostblade's been clearing very fast. I'm very happy with it. Feels like most, if not all, builds are starting to default to Body Rune. Maybe my perception is bad or limited. Body Rune's very commonly used. Hey, loading. Thank you so much for the raid.
Really good for the glute.
I really appreciate that. Thank you. How'd stream go? You get any PBs? How go the runs? What category are you doing? Or was it one life? That's a lot of questions. I'm just excited to get a loading raid. Thank you so much. On what classes, not counting Stabbo Burr, would you prioritize Constitution over Dex? Not counting Stabbo and Burr? I mean, in terms of, Graveborn. Dire Sacrifice. Constitution. Doing one life, failing miserably. I suck at one lives too. It's fine. You're way better than I am, so. Field 2 is just not my game anymore. Are you too used to newer mechanics? Is that getting you? Current score for one life is Skyrocket 2, loading 0. Pain. Pain. The Wyvern's just doing its thing, Platinum Meal. It's just putting in the steps, so to speak. But yeah, ward tanking is perfectly viable in this game. Deathless or not. Deathless makes it a lot easier, but you can do it without as well. Skyrocket's Monka, yeah. I've never been able to survive that grenade very well. It is not something in my skill set. 226k Ghostblade pick. Without Soaked, without Claw. Why does Ghostblade hit so fucking hard, chat? It's so good. Also, why is there so many puddles on the ground? I'm dying. You say Wyvern's best pet? Out of the class feats, it is the one that does the most damage. And has the most manageable AI. Mushroom is bought though, so it's better. All caked up on a Wednesday. Almost a Tuesday. It's Wednesday. I got lost. The particle effects blinded me a little bit. That was fast. A41 feature? Let's go, Viper. I think the best way to make other shields interesting and viable is make their effects scale with Chaos Tier. Why? Well, like, you don't need to. And the thing with that is if every shield gets that increase, then guess what? Nothing changes. Because sure, your Bronco Buster would then get better, but so would your body rune. Like, it wouldn't change anything. You think buffing Curse Wit is gonna make Curse Wit players stop using it? No. I think just adding more wards is the play. Just diversify ward effects. Some sort of scaling for wards that have damage effects, such as Novas, such as the full batteries Lightning Bolt, Undead Pacts, things like that. Yeah, some sort of scaling mechanic to help them would be something I'd be in support of. I must have missed a high value enemy somewhere. Shouldn't take this long. Mainly refer to those? Okay, my mistake then. Do the transistor shield with an amnesia to constantly boost fire damage? In theory, yeah. That should work.
I can cast it!
I still wouldn't use it over a body rune. But it'd be an option. And in terms of situations where you don't have a an enemy to kill, it would start you at a higher damage value. What spell are you using? I'm using a Fortifying Sigil, Struggle Bus. The kind that heals you and gives you a damage buff. They added a ward and you can't get it? Yeah, I've still not seen the Lich's Auger. Pain.
You cannot stem the
627. We've had faster. That's pretty good. What haven't you seen? Lich's Auger, the ward that got added into the pool of the PLC and the bunnies week 2. I still have not gotten a single one. I know it's not in the Chaos Chamber. I'm not expecting it to be here, but I've not gotten one for the wheel or the boss either. Still haven't seen a Garlic Breath either. Sorry for tuned you out. You see my question about transistor amnesia? Yeah, I answered it. I said in theory that works. I would still not do that over a body rune because that's specifically fire, and body rune helps you fight the health drain of amnesia. But it's something you could do. Still think the Wheel of Fate needs improvement? Yes. It's made progress, but it could still be better. I would like to see it improved as well. I would also like to see this model of not putting the PLC gear in the bunnies. I don't want them to ever do that shit again. Because there's more than enough barriers to getting the items. Like, first of all, they're still in a big pool. Second, parts matter. Chaos tier matters. And then you've got enchantments, and like, you don't need to put the extra barrier of, hey, you can't use Chaos Chamber for this. No. Doesn't need to be there. Doesn't need to be that way. Sorry for tuning out. You're good. What can I do to go faster here? Getting more bad egg uptime against Dragonlord statues would save me some time. I should be shooting my feet with a Shadowfire. I could save time there. So like that second to last Dragonlord statue, I should down myself with a Shadowfire. More damage. Faster spinning, Legos from the wheel are only PLC items, more generous with souls, etc. All that stuff, plus put the stuff in the bunnies. Then yes. The wheel is the way you get all the cool cosmetics. They've added, like, 3 figures worth of cosmetics in the PLCs that you have to get from the wheel. So, like, there's reason to do it. Plus, it's a good source of money and moon orbs now. Plus, you get loot. So, making the spins faster, and then not making people forced to do the wheel for the gear as well, since it already has an exclusive thing. Yes. Also make the end bosses of the PLCs actually rewarding. Currently, people are choosing to farm the pirates and not do Imelda, because it's more efficient, and I don't think that's the intention.
Enter if you dare.
Let me try some self-damage strats on Dragonlord statues.
You cannot stem the tide of speed. Mana's tapped out. I feel magical. Spooky sword. I've located a healing fire.
There's a lot going on over here. I didn't want to use Ghostblade there, but losing time. If I found out there are hundreds of wheel exclusive cosmetics she'd be spinning for eternity, well, I don't know how to tell you this, but you're ready for eternity. Or embrace eternity. How do you Mass Effect fans?
betcha. You should have yielded when you had the chance.
Man, I didn't finish off anything over here, did I? Hey, soccer chick. Yeah, that was a really bad room.
I lack the ability to do that.
Rune had the idea to make PLC bosses guarantee 1+ difficulty amount of drops from 2 to 5. Sure. More than fair.
Now this is a battle. Now that's all right.
How are you? Doing well. Enjoying speedrun and featured with this build. We got some sub 6 runs with Ghostblade. Very happy with. Bad egg tech. Speedrun featured. You gonna bait the itch? Do it! Paraphrase Buzz Lightyear to eternity and beyond. Something like that. Something like that.
I can't do it.
Don't hit me, 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 don't hit me. Thank you.
My conscience.
All us Mass Effect fans who acknowledge Morbius for the absolute work of art that it is, it's more than time. Nice.
To my side. Come now, bring me a challenge.
Okay, I had a couple really bad rooms, but that Parasite room was really good. Yeah, 609. We've gotten sub 6. We can do better. I'm going for sub 530. That's the goal. PB is what, 544, chat? But Stallion blessed me with +2 exploit their weakness right before Parasite. First time I killed 1 Ghostblade duration. Nice. Nowhere near your Parasite kill speed though. I have a lot of formula. Melee crossbolts, soaked, claw, sigil. The more I do this, the more I want that warrior hilt though. If my snake stick had had warrior instead of echo, I don't think I even need ancient. I want warrior. Missing Crossbolt's Claw, Ghostblade enchant. Crossbolts and Claw are both fresh molt there, Viper. Whereas Ghostblade enchant, it technically isn't fresh. You could sub out Claw for another suitable damage armor, like Diamond Gauntlets crit chance could be really good, along with that elemental damage. You're still using Body Rune, right? You'd also get the Spirit Rune effect for standing still with that Body Rune. So that synergizes well with Diamond. Storm Surge is like a good base damage. How much is a Primordial Storm Surge? That's like good. But the attack speed's ass. Crit damage is ass, and the effect is bugged. Like, I would try Storm Surge on this. If it worked. And I had a Primordial one. Yeah, the dog. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Did you want me to hover on it? Loot Lemon has it. Loot Lemon has it. I'm pretty sure Storm Surge is fixed parts anyway. Or close to it. Effect is bugged? Yes. The lightning bolts do not do damage. Unless it's been fixed without my finding out, but lightning bolts don't do damage. Swapped a Bad Egg with Desperate Enchant now. Nice. I love Santa still in a game like this. Makes you an easy target. Also makes you kill things faster. Things can't target you if they're dead.
I'll just leave this here.
Only lower DPS volatile I have in this chart is Mage Staff. Ooh, yeah, that's pretty low. Base damage is a little deceptive on the Storm Surge then. That attack speed makes a huge difference. Is someone else mowing now? What is happening out there? Why did the enemies not drop down? They're behaving differently. And another slow run. Oh well. We'll pop those blades on. Crit mult too, yeah. Mage Staff's a sad weapon too. I think that's a great identity. It's got a drawback, can't hit air targets. Cool effect. I mean, it can double knot. That's the thing. Mage Staff projectiles are literally just spells. So, like, they can do some crazy shit. I would caution against the Mage Staff buff. Because we don't know what that can lead to with the current state of spell-related things in this game. Like, Mage Staff is a melee weapon that makes a spell that triggers a thing that scales with gun. I don't want to buff that until we know absolutely, you know, what that entails. Jump down. Slow. I'm playing so slow. Not advocating for what you're saying. Yeah. I've seen people ask for Mage Staff buff before. I'm not saying you were saying that, Dex, but it reminded me. I want to thank you, Quag. Not a very good video game player. From watching you learn about this game, had a lot more fun with it. Still hate Vorkanar, though. Vorkanar is very... yeah. Vorkanar is not what I'd consider a necessarily fun boss. It's an educational boss. I really wouldn't consider it a fun one. Vorkanar, the Mount Craw boss. The big ol' metal dragon thing. Yeah, that's the strat. What is happening out there? Probably spelled wrong. You're fine. If anyone's getting on you about a spelling error, they need to reassess their priorities. Hey, Friolio. How you doing? Yeah, slow. 641. Some ways to give myself dark magic and gun damage. What Viper said. Plate mail, Reaper of Bones, imbued weapon, dark magic spell. The forbidden spell as well. Chain lightning bloodshot. 977 is high card damage. Volatile. Shotgun chucks are bad, but that's like one of the better ones I'll find. I have to take that. Loving Critical Connoisseur forces you to aim better. Somewhat, yeah. What's Imbued Weapon? Imbued Weapon is a spell shot skill. After casting a spell for a few seconds, your gun gets a bonus element of that spell's element. Imbued weapon with a dark magic spell. Imbued weapon is a skill. Spell shot tree. .6 pickaxe. Primordial Claymore. A Primordial Blue, 1800 damage. That's so crazy. That's just fun. I know I can go faster. I want to get another sub 6. I know I can do it. Just gotta play better. Get a better first room, too. Need some good enemy AI behavior. Apologies for the background if you guys can hear any of that. It's quite loud for me. I hope it's not too disruptive for you.
Please before the light. You are remarkably lethal for your time. I can do this all day. Ready for that.
Not a good first room. I took the wrong modifier. Oh, well, this is gonna be weird. It's not bad? Okay. I feel like some stats on armor, so I'm probably remove and put them back on. I mean, smart armor worked like that for a bit, so if you test it more scientifically, maybe that's a thing. Maybe there's an armor effect that's still doing that. I suppose I can use the frost buddies to my advantage to have something to spawn snake stick hydras off of.
This world is not for you.
This is slow. Reset this. Gun is that? Queens or rubies? Neither. This is a purple skulldugger pistol. Cavell. This is a scalawag. Gotta head out, got some lasagna to make it a bit. It's gonna be almost as great as Ghostblade, so yeah, sounds good, Viper. You have a good one. This is the gun. It's a fire scalawag ×2 with melee crossbolts and a 25% bleed. Very good for this build.
Come on, have some fun.
Plate mail is probably the best for me then. I'm using FTS, I'm using smart armor. Plate mail would help you get some on-hit effects, but if you're using plate mail to heal, don't. Like, getting dark magic because dark magic has the ability to heal is not really a reason to do it. Been your best time so far today? We had a 544.
My conscience is clean, Philip. I can cast it!
Bad AI. Bet you only get the enchanted weapon you're holding in your hand. Is that exclusively true? Without bugs and exploits, yes.
I am being trapped!
much better out of here.
I cannot. This I swear. You will fall this day. I will.
My snake stick would kill things. It eventually did. Forget.
I can cast again.
I don't know what I did differently that time to get those enemies to spawn like that, but I like that. That was a good spawn pattern for that room.
Just like I taught you.
Oh, this build too, seeing the Ghostblade in the trailers got me so excited. Great to see putting it to use. This is such a fun action skill. It's very satisfying when you get it up and running. I definitely underestimated it myself until I actually put in the time to build around it, so I always encourage experimentation with things. Always.
Time for a spell.
PTA ricochets seem to fly off the Stallion statue. Is that right? Or did I see it right? The Stallion one or the Dragon Lord one? Which one are you talking about? Because if you can damage the Butt Stallion statue, that's funny. Didn't take damage though, not gonna tell, seemed like it. Where's the healing coming from? I have a very slight heal from an armor passive, and I have a fortifying sigil. Also, Bad Egg gives you a dark magic bonus element on your melee damage, so that is giving me a very tiny amount of healing. But for the most part, it's coming from my sigil.
Ready for adventure?
Who went down during the animation. That was unfortunate timing.
You're quite a little killer, aren't you?
Chord spawns make the clear go faster? Yes. Sorry I've been in and out all morning. Nothing to apologize for. Hey Boom, how you doing?
Now it's my turn.
faster. Playing Ghostblade again? Yeah, we speedrun it. Gotten some good times. $605. We can go faster. We can go faster. Babe, wake up, Braun has a feta spinach quiche for you. Ooh, quiche sounds good. Does Corrupted Playmail have any weird interactions Ghostblade like does with other things? I've not tested that. I know, for example, before Ghostblade's ability to proc Blast Chill was removed, it did the same Blast Chill thing that that regular melee hits still do. But maybe. The answer is maybe. Thank you for testing, yeah. Cyclops still have Viscera and blood trailing off them. It shouldn't be allowed to fly that high. Time to beat's a 5:44 right now. Is that the time? Actually, I posted in Discord. What was it? No, that was the All Elite featured. When I tweeted? $556, and then we got a 544. Yeah, right, cool. Somewhere in the bot, maybe I go back and grab that. I could get a huge chunk of clear speed by getting that warrior hilt on a Primordial Shock Snake Stick, but that is such a specific drop that I really shouldn't plan on ever getting that, honestly. The self-damage tech with the Shadow Fire helps a lot. I could honestly do that faster if I used a Fire Skulldugger launcher. Because those can get blades. Pretty sure. Doesn't kill you? What doesn't kill me?
Aw, look who's come to play.
Shadowfire dot. It does. That's the point. That is the point. That could have gone better. Gone a lot better. Also need to position myself by his left hand better.
Smell that?
That wealthy spawn really helped my room progression. Huh. I made up the time loss from room 1. The lucky spawn.
I'll just leave it here. I sense evil among
Another very fast room. Okay, we're picking up speed. I remember how to leave the fucking room. Class you rockin'? This is Clawbringer Stabomancer. My game is not liking the particle effect. It's fine, it'll deal. It'll hold. That room could have gone faster.
Bring that one down.
I think I heard a loot enemy. Yeah.
I am not so easily bested.
Actually worked out okay. Oh, don't you bump into me there. God damn it, Beef Shroom. That was so rude. That lost me some time. Like the mushroom should have been named Ian. Why? Why Ian?
As always, whatever you'll do, easy hard.
We had a couple really fast rooms, but a couple really slow rooms. Aaron's better.
Take heart and fight on.
Didn't really intend for that, but that works out. I didn't manage the crabs well, though. Yeah, this room could have been a lot faster. Randy. Ate a big meal, now very lethargic. Ah, the itis. Yes, yes, yes. $620. Yeah, I lost a lot of time in the first room and then around the middle. Still, these are very consistent low sixes. And we got the 2 sub sixes. That's doable. I'm just pushing myself way harder than I reasonably need to. I like challenging myself. afternoon coffee to help a guy out. I'll drink to that. Bean water. Big bean juice. Feel ways about us both being the same character length and color. You're a good match. You're a good match. Don't self throwable hole in Swarfuse? No. I was thinking about it though, that sounds, cursed. Now Kit.
Come on, have some fun.
Yeah, that sounds cursed. I'm interested. Bad AI run.
Now this is a battle.
You have to go after their less bean endowed brothers. Yeah, Vesper's lines are great. Guess I'll double Ghostblade this room. I never do that, because it's slow, but I'll do it anyway. Gives me an excuse to practice my room 1 positioning. Is there an enemy I can move the blade onto? No. Or the spawn's different this time. Okay, this is more I'm used to in this room. We got a couple of runs of really good spawns in this room, and then they're back to like this. I think if I hang out in the middle here, I get the best spawn patterns. Slow. Run away. You're still alive? Fuck. I get good room progression off of this. Just barely ran away. That's unfortunate. My Ghostblade sync is all off for this run. I fucked up too many times. Your favorite character you made so far? My Stabomancer Spore Warden is probably my favorite. It's just like my go-to gun build character. If I have a gun I feel like testing out, it's like the first stop. I put it on that build. But this one is creeping up. I really enjoy the interactivity of Ghostblade and how this is a successful version of a hybrid melee gun build. So I'm shooting a gun quite a lot. And I'm killing with the gun as well. but the focus is still primarily melee. And, I'm proud of that.
Are you really so eager for destruction? Our battle is not yet over.
Any other guns you'd use for this type of build? Seem to be using that one a lot. Well, this one does everything I need a gun to do. I have the Shadowfire that I'm whipping out on occasion. I have a Carouser that I've not bothered to whip out, but would work okay here. You could use ×5 crossbow barrel black powder pistols with melee crossbolts. You could use Fire Dahlia pistol with melee crossbolts.
Hey, little devil. They're straight away.
Basically, everything I want in a weapon for this setup is I want it to be fire for Clawbringer's Awe skill. I want it to have some sort of blade on it, if possible, to boost my melee damage simply by holding it. And I want it to do melee crossbolts. This gun does all of that while still having good DPS as a gun. It even has limited homing on the projectiles. And reloading's infrequent, so my lack of reload speed in this setup doesn't hurt me. Using that barrel's faster than using Bad Egg there. Faster than Shadowfire there. Goes good with Berserker. Right now, paired Spore Warden for Frost. Berserker is one of those classes that just kind of goes well with everything Cryptic. Berserker's got a great damage formula and great quality of life stuff in the tree as well. It just goes well with everything. Slow. Still sub 7, but slow. In terms of what you've chosen, Berserker with Spore Wardens, that's a really good pairing. It fills the gaps with Spore Warden's damage formula very nicely, and Berserker in particular complements Spore's action skills very well. Just hit an ad. Can you hear me now? Okay, cool. You got all that? Awesome. Yeah, sorry about the ads. Twitch forces you to basically choose between mid-roll ads or pre-rolls. And I choose mid-rolls so that people first clicking onto the stream aren't forced to watch an ad. It's not ideal, but it's the best I can do. Appreciate your understanding. Any other good combo? There's no bad multi-class combos in this game. That's the cool thing. They're all useful for something. There are some that are going to require a little more gear than others, but there's no bad multi-class combos. Some of them will be more specific in terms of what they'd be good at, but there's no bad multi-class combos.
Whatever you're doing, it seems to be quite good. So keep doing it.
I might die. Yeah, save quit that. Really bad AI behavior on that one. Gotta go, have a good stream. Take it easy, Boom. Thanks, you're welcome. Diamond Guard, go Burr. I'm not a huge fan of Diamond Guard. I should try to build more around it, though. That's the solution when you don't quite like an item.
Enter the chaos.
Still have to see if we can snapshot these featured runs. I think they changed up how they're being deployed, so maybe. Certainly be interesting. I should probably pop a sigil as soon as the round starts for haste there. More movement speed to get in the circle.
I said eagle.
Be smarter.
This world is not for you. Now that's more like
Okay, there we go. That was the clear I was looking for. Much faster. For my Frostwilder, using non-frost weapon would not be ideal. It depends. If it is a weapon that you do not have a choice, except for it being non-frost, then, like, it doesn't matter. Quality of the weapon matters more than the element. Now, there are good weapons that happen to be frost, that would be good there. Last Rites, Liquid Cooling come to mind. But you are not committed to frost just because the word frost is in your multi-class title. A lot of people fall into that trap. You don't have to. There's way more reasons to run that multi-class combo. There's way more reasons to run Berserker than just the frost damage.
just like I thought.
Once I learned how to Ruby Spite, love it, the gun's off the chain. It's so strong, right? Love this combo. Deadshot, Pixie's Forbidden Spell. Rohit, who hurt you? Who did this to you? Ghostblade, you want to go to the enemy I sent you to, please? Hello? That was awkward. You get the melee part for Ruby Spite and can't get a non-melee chaotic. I mean, it's Ruby Spite. The parts really don't matter, honestly. It's still gonna do Ruby Spite things.
To my side. We'll see about that.
Good headlines, Tsunami at the anime convention. Is this a punchline or did something tragic happen? I can't tell, it's 2022. You never have any idea, right? enemies.
That one in particular. Time for a smell.
20,000 weebs under the sea. No, that's a good punchline. Good one.
Now it's my turn.
Accidental item pickup. Say no, it's a good run. Stark humor. That might have been my fastest Parasite kill. Sub 6. Not my PB, but we got another sub 6 in. Feel good about that. Just being safe? Yeah. Very weird alternate Bioshock timeline. Yes. So I think we got Parasite down to a science. Bad Egg good, I guess. Bad Egg very good. Fucking love Bioshock. Hey, me too. Might do our yearly Bioshock Infinite playthrough on stream this summer sometime. Yeah, Delusion and Ghostblade on the way down. Let Parasite hit me, break my Bad Egg, while I place my Sigil and fire my melee crossbolts, and then I bonk, 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 and move on.
I can cast again.
I appreciate being considerate of other people, Rohit. That takes a good person. Primordial Threads. I don't really like this spell. It's like cool, but it could use something. Maybe better targeting, better tracking. It's frustrating the mobs are variable RNG. If I were trying to optimize it, it could be maddening. You need to plan. It's not like Proving Grounds where the enemies did the same, like, few fixed things. There is still a lot of variable spawning and behavior, and if you get a loot enemy, the entire route for the room changes. Yeah, there's some RNG to this. Why the Bolsheviks skip school? So he's opposed to the class system. Yeah, that wins. That wins. Oh, tomorrow's hotfix, just concerned about DLC loot? Hopefully. Hopefully. Because, I don't think catering to the requests of people who are not going to stick around for those changes anyway is a sustainable approach for the game. Didn't work out well with Borderlands 3. I'm referring to specifically the people looking for things to dislike about that game complained drop rate's too high. So then they gutted world drop rates in that game, and it did nothing but hurt the game. And then of course the people who asked for that didn't come back to the game. So it's like, why'd we do this then? Same thing's happening with not having PLC loot and bunnies right away. Serves no beneficial purpose. That was a really good room one. Not my best, but it was a good one. You watched the new Ricky Gervais special? No. And I don't intend to because I don't fuck with transphobes.
I'm an army all iron! Time for a spell!
Didn't know he's transphobic, also live under a rock. The day the special came out, everyone was like, hey, why are you just attacking trans people as part of your set? Like,
You will fall this day!
it seems like comedians who have been relevant for a few years really like to do that to put themselves back in the limelight. Example, Dave Chappelle, Ricky Gervais, John Mulaney. Seems like every time some shit goes down and your career ain't going the way you want to, you throw trans people under the bus. Maybe you could just, I don't know, be better at your craft? I can't possibly not be funny anymore. It's cancel culture, right? Like, you're not making jokes anymore. You're just shitting on people. Like, it's not funny to me. Which is a shame, because, like, Chappelle's show was one of my favorite comedy mediums ever. I really enjoyed that, but I can't fuck with the guy anymore. Like, he's just an asshole to people who are targeted way more than if you could consider anything their fair share. Comedian asshole pipeline. Punch up and around, not down. Yeah. Exactly. Well put.
You should have yielded when you had the chance. I can... Sacred circle!
Nothing says speaking truth to power like going after marginalized communities. Right, like... And it feeds into something that is proving more and more true the more things I look at it. I've started viewing people in general through this idea. I've brought it up a few times on stream. People show you exactly who they are when they are mildly inconvenienced. Not actually in distress, not doing well when they're mildly inconvenienced. Need some quick popularity? Punch down at someone. That's what they do. Netflix and other companies giving a platform to shit behaviors of real clown behavior. Yep. Comedians been doing martialized comedy since the 60s, nothing new really. That's true, but given the state of modern social and political issues, there's certain things they could just not do. This idea that comedy is synonymous with punching down at people who are currently being targeted, not really, doesn't really hold up. I am all for dark humor, edgy humor, you know, that kind of stuff, but comes a point where you need to look at it for what it really is. And once again, some of these things don't qualify as jokes. Mr. Why are you doing self-damage again? Bad egg. Dark Cloud shit pisses me off. Like girlfriend's trans, didn't leave to see her dream later in transformation. Yeah. There's a lot of trans people in this community, and a lot of trans people are my friends. And the least I can do is not abide by people actively trying to make their lives worse. It's the least I can do. Like, it's so fucking easy to just treat marginalized groups of people with the slightest bit of dignity, knowing that other people won't do that. It's so easy. It'll never stop, and I wish that wasn't how it works. But you know what'll ensure it never stops? People treating it like it's an inevitability. Apathy is also consent. When it comes to being an enabler of shitty behavior. Guess I just went the opposite direction, I guess. Childhood complete bullying made me immune to everything. As long as I'm good to others, bring them to myself, I'm okay. It's also not right in any sense to expect everyone to share that thought. Right, like, it's ultimately easy to just be respectful of other people and their struggles. I don't see... It's not the easy way out, to me, at least, with how I think. I don't know, my default state of being is I try to not be an asshole. Maybe that's just how I was raised. Hey Felicia, how you doing? Started in Boston, some people threw a sandwich while I was walking to the tube. Bud Light bottle. Ask them to leave America. Arab when I'm a Hindu. Just owed it to their ignorance. Right. And having these conversations is how we can, at the very least, shame these ignorant people into realizing that their behavior is not the norm for, you know, the human condition. It might be common, but it shouldn't be accepted. Is your opinion on Dave Chappelle? I think he used to be funny, and I think he's a fucking asshole. I think he realized that transphobia was an easy way for him to not have to write material, to do the Joe Rogan approach of pretending to be an everyman rational guy, but actually just being a closeted conservative. I think he realized that there's money in that, and has decided to make that his brand. I think he's a TERF, I think he's a piece of shit, and I think he's wrong. One of my parents is trans. It's not something that's easy to understand at first. At the end of the day, it's just people trying to be people, so I'm glad to finally who are on the inside. Yeah, like, someone else just simply wanting to be comfortable in their own skin in a way that is not the slightest bit destructive to anybody else. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it's none of your fucking business.
Energy sapped.
happy Pride Month. Pride is important. He's genius in his approach. He talks about all communities, people equally. He doesn't, though. He's... Look at his material since 2017. He is consistently shitting on trans people in the first half of every one of his sets. It's not consistent. It's not even. And once again, I don't find it genius to normalize hatred towards a vulnerable community of people who have done nothing wrong. It's not based on science. It's not based on good faith. It is not based on a desire to be funny. It is hatred. It is hatred and opportunism. And I say this as someone who, you know, once again, I used to have a lot of respect for Dave Chappelle because I thought that his sketch comedy was very poignant. But he is no longer that guy. Either that or the mask slipped. Either one. Either way. Wonderlands looks sick. It's so fun. There's so much you can do build-wise in this game. Ooh, that was the fastest I've done that room yet. That was a good route. I should remember that. Be a good human does not only mean human you understand, it means respecting difference and valuing as well. Exactly. Like, at the end of the day, whether you understand someone or not does not mean that you no longer owe them a basic amount of respect. Like, I'm not a trans person, so I would not have any insight on what it is like to be a trans person. All I can do is because I want people to just be happy and live safe, you know, comfortable lives. I want people to feel at home in their own skin. All I can do is try and offer support. I can't claim to understand it because I never could. It's not who I am. All I can do is be supportive. Like, it's super not difficult. Just don't be a dick. That's it. That's it. I think an Empowering Sigil would be better for this build. No, because I'm getting the healing from a Fortifying Sigil, Combination. Empowering Sigil would be good for freezing things, but ultimately I think my mobbing speed is good enough. The Fortifying Sigil helps me stay alive, and it gives me damage against everything, not just things that I've frozen. Although I will say an Empowering Sigil would be better for Theurge, because shorter cooldown, more triggers, reduce my Ghostblade downtime. Interesting perspective, appreciate you sharing your platform, don't necessarily agree, it's a great dialogue either way. Yeah, I will talk about this stuff all day, Paul, and I appreciate your candor with, even though you might not agree that we can have this conversation. It's cool. I still believe that there's certain things that there's no real room for disagreement when it comes to, like, abuse of people's basic human rights. But you get what I'm getting at. Oh, the skill tree thing's good. This looks damn cool. Yeah, I'm using the Ghostblade action skill. And it's so addictive. This build is something I kind of put together for something else, and it's sort of converted to be used for Ghostblade when I wanted to make this action skill work, and I surprised myself. I didn't think Ghostblade was very good before I used this setup, and now I'm super happy with it. And I imagine there's a couple people who are like, Quag, why are you being so political lately? Everything's political. Everything. Life is political. I don't exactly, see the point of me remaining silent about things like, you know, the fact that trans rights are human rights. Shouldn't be a controversial thing to say, but it is. Also, it's Pride Month, so, fuck the haters. How are you? Doing well, Arctic Ninja. How you doing? Ghostblade just ended up being a skill that requires investment, performs great when invested in. Yeah. Ghostblade should hit these, right? No. Ooh, that was fast clear. Happy with that. Does the plan on adjusting the sabo cap any further? Oh, it seems just hover, not strike sometimes. I strongly dislike it, and I would like to see it adjusted view. I think Executioner's Blade is very underpowered for where it's placed and what it does. I would love to see it reworked in a number of ways. I don't know if they plan on it, but it's something I would love to see.
I'm an army all my own.
Think it should get class power? I think that could be a start. I think the fact that it's delayed damage is the biggest thing hurting it. Like, reduce its base, make it get class power, and then remove the delay. That would be how I would address it. Because the fact that it's delayed damage means you could just put those points elsewhere, kill the target before Executioner's Blade would ever hit, and that is without accounting for the fact that it's split formula stuff, and the hitbox sucks on it, the hit detection. Excuse me. I think you have a boosted critical chance for applying a chemical agent. It goes off of your melee crit chance, which is already very high. Like, melee crit chance is one of the easier stats to get in this game in general, because melee weapons, some of them just have very high base crit, so your multipliers scale very well from there. Like, Twin Soul can get up to like 18% base crit, which is not as high as spells, but more important, arguably, than spell critting. They removed the penalty when moving the Ghostblade to help with your need for increased duration. Yes, but I kind of like the penalty being in place, Mr. Black Eye, because sometimes I do want to end my Ghostblade sooner. So this way gives me the option to, if I want it over, I can just move it. I just move it a bunch of times, you know? That was a slow room. I played that horribly. I should have just used a second Ghostblade. Fully love your rants and agree. Basic human rights, no judging. Thank you. Wanna provide a good place for people who value such things. Happy to have you be part of the community.
Remember this. You could have run.
This Pride Month's like ordinary month, but we treat LGBT people like people. Is it a whole year thing for normal people? I'm glad you asked this question. So, the reason why Pride Month is so celebrated and so necessary is because, ultimately, people for whom Pride is intended for are not treated like people a lot of the time. Their basic human rights are infringed upon by other people on a peer-to-peer basis, but also by things like, you know, legislators looking to score political points. At least here in the United States, they'll go as far to do things like blame trans people for mass shootings. It is literally illegal to say that you are gay in the state of Florida school system. So, a month recognizing a marginalized group, it's shitty that it's necessary, but it is. That's why we have things like Pride Month, Black History Month. It's shitty that it's necessary, but it is. Haikyuu or Kuroko? I don't know. Sorry for the text wall. Text wall incoming stump. Like, any other month can be used against, like, companies use that to capitalize on. If you use that rationale, Mr. Black Guy, you can apply that to anything. You can apply that to literally anything. That's the kind of doomsaying that feeds the point I made earlier about apathy enabling shit. Because if you go, well, someone can use this for ill. Yeah, you could use that as your out to never support any sort of advocacy for any sort of marginalized group. Like, where's the line then? If you go down that rabbit hole, you will never want to help anyone with anything ever. So, why plan around the people who are just going to hate regardless and who are always going to find some opportunistic angle when you could instead just show support for some people who need it, who deserve it? Like... Pride Month health, like there's some guys who just, I hate some people doing treatment like people. No, but what it serves to do is show people who sometimes need something as simple as someone going out of their way to remind them that they want to treat them like a human being. It's affirmation for people who have it rough. Like, have you ever had a bad day where you just need someone to say, hey, that thing you did, good job, or hey, I appreciate you for this. Imagine your entire life being a series of those days, more so than an average person. Sometimes you need a period of time of someone reminding you that you are viewed as a valid human being. That is what this is for. If you don't understand, whatever, it's not for you. You don't have to like it.
Let the magic begin!
That's a beautiful thing. If you don't get Pride, okay. But, like, it's not going anywhere and it serves a purpose. If my explanation does not suffice for you, fine, but... fuck you? Something came through in chat. Yeah, I don't see anything, Stump. Pride Month always annoyed, but it's not for you, Pico. There are some people who need this sort of thing. And I can't speak to the specifics for the mechanics of how Pride Month affects people who identify as part of the community, but I can say as a black person with Black History Month, it's very important that that exists. Life is so much easier when you don't have social media. For some people, swollen bee's knees. For some people, that cannot be universally applied. Easier or ignorant, right. As adult gay men, I still look around me before touching boyfriend in public because of what others may think pride's necessary. As a black man, I do not put my hands in my pockets in public. That is something that was drilled into me as a kid.
Come on, have some fun.
For a series of reasons that should be obvious. Bi white guy in a cis relationship, so live a very comfortable life with little hate or discrimination directed towards me outside being a liberal snowflake. Yeah. It ticks me off every time I'm treated like one of the boys because my difference hasn't made itself shown in my life choices or skin color. I have to decide if I'm going to come out to strangers, prove or disprove, and tell people to fuck off. Right. And, the validity of who you are as a person should never come into question because someone else just wants to have a group to target, so. And you don't have to apologize for that wall of text. I welcome your perspective.
I've located a healing spot. Magic time.
Can't type? I get the gist, the Alan Kerr. You're all good. I'm more annoyed by companies during Pride Month. Do you think I wasn't annoyed when, after, you know, the protests in 2020, after, you know, George Floyd was murdered? You think after that I wasn't annoyed seeing a bunch of people who didn't give a single shit about the circumstances black people face in this country? You know, pretending to care? You think that didn't annoy me? Yeah, I get that can be annoying, but that does not mean that the concept of a period of time where people are going out of their way to show support, that doesn't mean that concept isn't valuable. Sometimes, the conversation picking up can be enough to make meaningful, positive change happen. It is about getting the discussion going and reminding people that support is real. It exists. Question streamer, do you watch Leon? No.
They fought nobly and well to the end.
Of course, capitalism gonna capitalism, but it does more than good and bad. Pride Month's great. Yeah, capitalism's gonna find a way no matter what you do. Planning around it is completely fruitless.
This isn't over.
Not a huge fan of Bungie and Destiny. At the beginning of the reveal stream, they had a couple minutes of silence, eventually said, This is how long George Floyd suffered. Basically, it hit hard. It was a good thing, though. Yep. And I honestly wish, despite some people being like, oh, I hate when these big corporations and stuff weigh in, I want them all to weigh in. I want everyone to know exactly what they say in one instance versus what they do in another. Because you'll have platforms like YouTube that, they clearly don't actually give a shit, considering they still platform people like Steven Crowder, who, just go look at his thumbnails one of these days, and you'll know exactly why that grates on me. Just look at his thumbnails. So, having corporations and such weigh in that are not individuals is still important to know where everybody stands. Core idea of these months of spotlighting communities remind you to listen. Just because they're the minorities doesn't mean that people in the struggles don't exist. And occasionally you need a spotlight to remind people who are not suffering through these things that these problems exist. Very surprised by my old job in corporate America during George Floyd's death. We had separate meetings about it. Black people say so speaking their minds about experiences of racism and experiences in front of all. It's sad that it's necessary, but it is. Because you would think that suffering would be universal language, right? That you can very obviously identify when someone is suffering some injustice. But it's not that simple for some people, apparently, so things like Pride Month need to exist. Far from ignorance, grew up 70s, raised by kids through a different generation, and now my grandkids' cult experience. What's this in reference to? Is this in reference to, is this you pushing back on the idea that social media is to blame for how people act nowadays? Because it's partially, but it is not the only cause. Life was not easier before social media for lots and lots of groups of people. Which is why I said it's not a universally applicable concept. Back to my question about Livewire. Ah, you had a question about Livewire? Let me scroll up and find it. How's the right way to use the Livewire? Throw it off a cliff. No. The Livewire has a scaling mechanic that increases the damage the chains do based on how many bullets you have remaining in the mag. A percentage of your remaining mag. So getting it down to 1 bullet gives you some big bonus damage. And it causes an arc between you and the enemy you hit, and nearby enemies every other melee hit that connects. Deals melee damage. I feel like a lot of people blame social media for the problems we face today, do so because social media is showing them things that were easy to ignore before its existence. That's a large part of it. Social media has had this effect of shrinking the world. You are able to consume more of these things, and it just, in many cases, it does lead to radicalization of people. You know, spreading of disinformation does cause people to behave in certain ways, but in a lot of cases, it's simply more awareness of more shitty things happening in the world. Like, for example, this number has probably gone up, but did you know in 6 days since the very high-profile mass shooting that killed 21 people in Texas, there were 18 more mass shootings in the U.S. Did you know that? Because I did, because of social media. That number has probably increased. Those were numbers from yesterday. Sometimes awareness also promotes harmful as well. It can. It can. That's absolutely true. Build will die tomorrow at the end of the live wire. They won't. That won't be tomorrow. It's quite logical nowadays in the world of equality. I cannot take free Epic games just because of the place I live in. What is this straw man argument you're trying to make, Kaput? Could you explain it more? Because you're not making much sense. The straight white male in a largely white state whose only struggle is being poor, fully understand I'm ignorant, definitely appreciate listening to conversations like this. Everyone's got a different life experience, everyone's got a different perspective, everyone's got a different struggle. I can't claim to understand your situation either. Dang. All we can do is hear each other out. Pegleg is trying. Nightbot though. Nightbot is just on it. Need to farm this some more before it ends. Yeah, I am going over stream time right now because I want to get a few more featured runs in.
Prepared? We'll see. Go on.
Also because this is a good conversation, I don't want to cut it short. Social media is one of those things where I find it less good on the whole. Good post positivity, also amount of hate and misinformation. Entirely depends on what social media you expose yourself to, but it is definitely capable of a lot of harm that I wish was cracked down on. For example, you guys remember the mass shooting in Buffalo where a white supremacist went into a grocery store in a black neighborhood and shot elderly people as they shopped? You remember that? This was only a couple weeks ago. Well, Facebook deemed a recording of the live stream of that mass shooting was not against their terms of service and refused to remove it. Twitch, the platform where it was streamed, was like, oh hell no. Facebook was like, nah, you're good. An example of social media, not being good. Not take free week Epic games from Epic Games because I live in Russia. I don't ask to support anything Twitch does. They're just like no games for you. There's a couple members of this community who are also in Russia, Kaput, and I'm sorry that you are affected by that situation. I know not everybody over there supports, you know, war crimes, and it's not a perfect approach. I don't know what the answer to that is. I'm sorry that it's affecting you in the way it is. I'm also sorry for the people of Ukraine. I'm not saying you aren't, but that's one of the only things people are willing to do to hold the people running your country to account. It's not a perfect solution. I don't have an answer.
The forces of darkness encroach.
It's bad, terrible. Peaceful ways to solve problems. Can I support him? Yeah, I think most people on the planet would agree war crimes are bad, right? We can agree on that. It's a pretty non-controversial take.
Time for a spin!
I don't support for-profit prison system. Here I am, my country's all about it. Right, exactly. Exactly. War crime's such a weird phrase to me. It is one of those things, the more you think about it, the more you get alarmed. Like, okay, wait, hang on. So the concept of war is normalized insofar as you don't do these extra bad things, but isn't war itself already fucking horrible? But yeah, I get what you mean. But you can look at it from the perspective of things so bad, even people who are all like, yay, war, fucking assholes, are like, hang on, that's too much. One experiment is going to Twitter, looking at a company that has a pride profile picture and checking their Middle East Russian count. Ah, yeah. Inclusive until it affects the profit margin. Like Disney as a company they very much enjoyed pretending they're inclusive. But remember what happened with Star Wars, where they just kind of, I don't know. Took the black male lead and minimized him on promotional material to appeal to the Chinese market, or the time when they did absolutely nothing when their Asian female lead was getting absolutely bullied by the entire Star Wars fandom. Or how about every single time a country has a problem with any sort of same-sex anything, they just immediately cave? You know, profit overrides concern for human rights. So I get the frustration with corporate opportunism when it comes to people's human rights. It's absolutely frustrating. But we gotta remember that those are things that will simply happen regardless, and we should still strive to do things like Pride Month. Fine as a mixed guy, I get racism both ends, too black for the white people, too white for the black people. I'm not mixed, and I got that same experience, Fusion. Growing up, obviously I sound a certain way. If I did not have face cam, there's a large number of people who would not guess that I am a black man. I challenge the concept that black people sound a certain way, but you get what I'm getting at. I got a lot of that growing up. I did not fit in with the black kids because I sound a certain way. I didn't fit in with white kids because I look a certain way. And another thing with being part of a marginalized group that doesn't get talked about enough is that you internalize the hate that the society you are a part of throws at your group of people. You internalize it, whether you realize it or not. So, things like Black History Month, Pride Month, are necessary for people to remind themselves that, hey, I'm pretty okay. You gonna hit me, Parasite? No? Okay. There we go. That goes quick. This is what happens when our buffs aren't on all cylinders. For Moses Ingram, too. At least he finally did something about it this time. Yep. And there's, of course, people drawing the false equivalency of comparing her to the former Star Wars actress who got canned for being a conspiracy theory pushing anti-Semite and transphobe. Of course, there's people getting mad that the powers that be behind Star Wars are defending Moses Ingram, who is being shit on simply for being black, but they didn't defend a person who I cannot stress enough is conspiracy theory pushing anti-Semite and transphobe. Which goes back to the point of, sometimes you see some things on social media you wish couldn't be proliferated. So there's, at least some truth to the dangers of, the world being so accessible to everybody. But yeah, for anyone who isn't aware, Moses Ingram is, a black actress cast and starring in the Obi-Wan Kenobi TV series, and people are being very hateful towards her, despite the fact that she's more than qualified for the role. I've seen the first 2 episodes of the show, and she is performing well. But what sets her apart from everyone else in the cast? Same thing that happens every time you see a gay or a trans person in a cereal commercial. People lose their fucking minds. What's the difference? What's the difference? Yeah, Alan Purr, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's not necessary. I'm happy to have you around and to have your input in these things. But thank you for the gift subs. It does go a long way. Thank you. She's 27 years old. That's definitely it.
Now this is a battle.
Awkward. Around to Star Wars Very Lost. You're not missing out on much. Basically, the Star Wars fandom is one of the most toxic, dog-whistly places. Anytime they try to include any sort of minority or marginalized group into Star Wars, which is, like, based conceptually on a galaxy of diverse peoples, some people identifying themselves as true fans take it upon themselves to directly attack the actors and actresses playing these diverse characters. Happens every single time.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Doesn't help she's a female character seeking power. Society kind of shits on that as well. Very true. And this isn't limited to Star Wars or any one intellectual property. Anyone who's familiar with the Percy Jackson children's books, they're doing a TV series for that. And they cast a black girl as one of the characters. And then, of course, half the internet lost their goddamn minds and were like, oh, it's not faithful to the source material. The literal author came out and was like, hey, you're being racist. I'm good with this. You're racist. And it still didn't stop the people. Went the MMA route, so I love fighting in video games. I have 15 years of martial arts experience as well. I found time to do that, and Star Wars, and video games. Yeah, pollination, same page. Talking about the same thing.
Magic strike!
Absolutely ludicrous. These true Star Wars fans are the same ones who read Darth Bane trilogy, and Moses Ingram plays a character who falls exactly in on the themes of those books about how the dark side is selfish and unsustainable. Yeah, like it's good character work, Robot. At least from what I've seen so far. I've not seen today's episode. I'm looking forward to watching that tonight. But you know, hatred overrides reason, which is funny because that's part of the point of the story, but they don't even get that.
Are you really so destructive?
There's a little time for a girlfriend. I mean, she watches me stream, so she's in chat. Sometimes. Well, I complain with things like Titans did, Starfires and Aliens, Orange Skin's there for a reason. Inclusivity matters more than showing they're an alien, I suppose. I guess, but like, I think that was just them being lazy with special effects more than anything else. Like, they could have just done orange makeup on that actress as well. I think that was just, they didn't bother to transfer over that aspect of the character. I don't think that had any basis. Saudi study is Taekwondo, Tangsudo, so very similar. I was alive for the originals, fuck I'm old. Star Wars is kind of crazy in how much generational reach it has. Like, the classic movies were 45 years ago? First one was 77, right? 45 years? And my generation grew up with the prequel movies coming out. And now there's a generation of people who grew up with the sequel movies coming out. First 77, Empire 80, Jedi 83. Yeah. One good thing I'll say about the world, I've had a couple people bullied in mid-school for being gay. I actually reached out and apologized and realized as I got older how much of a bigot they were and wanted to change. It was nice. It's amazing what people will do in that regard when, like, they realize that they've been culturally just part of something that they know better. They want to be better than. Which is why I think it's important to have these conversations. Because there's people who do engage in, you know, racist or homophobic behavior and do realize what they're doing later and want to move past that. So I think it's important to give people that chance. Don't condone it, but give them the chance to be better. Respect for people who swallow pride and acknowledge they did something wrong, even if it's terrible against me. Growth matters a lot. Yeah, accountability and growth are important things. When you hold someone to account and they own up, I think that's something that should be basic, but isn't. Hey, Epic! Thank you so much for the raid. It's Morbin time? Yo, what if we morbed together? Just you, me, and all of our lovely friends here? Welcome in, everyone. How's your stream, Epic? What'd you get up to? We are currently doing some Ghostblade. I'm not really doing a speedrun at the moment, but we've been doing a lot of speedruns. We've just been having deep talks about, you know, Important shit. Pride, respect for your fellow human beings, all that kind of stuff. It's been good. It's been lovely vibes in today. What if we touch morbs? Can I ponder your morb if you ponder mine? Just doing a little bit of Ghostblade. Just a little bit. A little bit of Ghostblade. At the end of the day, we're all human. We need to morb. Well said. Well said. Interestingly enough, my reason for rating is because I saw you're celebrating Pride. No one probably pisses off the cucks out there is enough to make me smile. Hell yeah. Pride, pride, pride. Get some Quag Pride in the chat. Or any other Pride emotes you have. There's a really good set of Pride emotes that are like Twitch-wide. Came out a couple years ago. Those are very pretty. Any other ones you got? Want to ponder your morb? Get fucked, Cox. I take pride in playing Spell Shot. Nobody's perfect. I still support you unconditionally, Epic.
Let the magic begin!
But it's okay. You cancel it out by also being a Clawbringer, Giga Chad. And this is a setup of the Clawbringer Giga Chad variety. I'll do an actually fast run, or attempt to do one. Proving that Clawbringer is the answer to making Ghostblade tippity top tier.
Now the fun.
Yeah, well said, Zazzle. Ooh, that's cool, Electra. Me to not use your crystals? Yeah, I just wanted to get into another run faster. Showcase for the Raiders. So Ghostblade is absolutely amazing when you build up your melee formula. And Clawbringer is really good at doing that, because you get a really nice bonus element from Oath of Thunder, and you get Awe, which is a lot of crit-related stuff. And you can get a lot of melee crit chance in this game, to a point where I'm sitting at around 70% melee crit chance for my Ghostblade right now. So I'm shooting the Scalawag for melee crossbolts, and sending my Ghostblade around to do all the heavy lifting for me. I'm also dying. But that's okay. Hey, thanks for the 100 bits comfortably done. I appreciate that. Every time you say tippity top tier gives you the willies. You want me to ASMR it? I'm sorry to hear that, Swollen Bee's knees. Fuck those people too. Pride. We just say it louder. First a Melda in an extended run, pain. Suffering. A Melda moment. Ugh. Hey chat, what are some things you would rather do than fight a Melda? I'll go first. I would rather prepare a 3-course meal exclusively from my cat's toenail clippings than fight a Melda. Rather melee a boss. But what if... No. What if you couldn't? Gallbladder surgery? Might be a little hard to see what's happening here, but trust that Ghostblade is killing everything in that area. Gotta grab food, have a good stream. Thanks again, Epic. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. You enjoy food. Rather watch Morbius. It's Morbin time. So, something I was thinking about, if anyone has an interest, I was thinking this weekend that we morb. We have a morb night in the Discord. I asked about it a few days ago, and there's at least a little interest. I still haven't morbed. I'm a first timer. So like, I want my first time morbing to be with people I care about, you know? So my PB for this run so far on this build is 5 minutes 44 seconds on the featured. But we can do better. This won't be better. But we can do better. Should have killed a badass before I ran up here. Poor gameplay. Almost level 28, I haven't went to Karnok's wall yet. Nice thermal.
My conscience is clean, villain. I shall uphold my oath.
Very late question, explain what Morbin is. So, this movie Morbius came out in March, and it's really bad, but it became a meme, so everyone talks about Morbin because it's funny. I just want to reason with an ignorant parent who refuses to look at facts. One weighs how much that individual is contributing to their life, and if it's more of a detriment than a gain, one cuts that individual out of their life. Your choices for family are not limited to your blood relatives. Someone having birthed you does not give them license to oppress you. It's my mother, I understand. But speaking to someone who knows you a little bit and doesn't know them at all, I value you more. Ember. $722. We can go faster. We can go way faster. That was the warm-up. Should have clarified. It's not about me being gay or anything. She's all enough about COVID and how it's being blown out of proportion. I've shown her the facts. She's just being willfully ignorant about it.
Come on, have some fun.
My answer remains the same. Change your own habits, decide how much you can tolerate. That is a good answer.
Hey, little devil.
See, my threshold for what I can tolerate from people just being shitty human beings is very low. Those of you who've been here a while know that about me. I just don't tolerate it. I don't. And that's made me some friends. It's made me some opposite of friends. But I will not compromise on that.
Now that's more like it.
I'm sorry your brother and your family and you have had to go through that, Thermal. I wouldn't wish it on anyone.
Manners catch out.
Opposite of friends?
Make way. Well, that's
I'm going slow. Brother has muscular dystrophy. Being in a coma for 2 months, still can't leave the hospital. It's fucked up. I'm so sorry. I'm glad your brother has you in his corner. I can't imagine what he's going through, but I can only guess that it'd be worse going through it alone.
and set your vengeance.
Oh, it isn't over for many people? Right, like, I want to travel this summer, to visit some people I haven't seen in too long. Spend time with people I love, right? But I am immunocompromised, so, something I plan to do after stream today is I'm scheduling myself a second booster because, CDC recommends that moderate to severely immunocompromised people get 2 boosters, so it would be my 4th vaccination. There's people who are downplaying the efficacy of getting 1. It's absolutely not over. Thoughts on Sonic Frontiers? I'm not familiar. People forgetting or forgoing. Yeah, I was gonna say they're not forgetting, they just don't give a shit. It goes back to the inconvenience rule. People will show you exactly who they are when they are mildly inconvenienced. 15 minutes of discomfort is deemed more impactful on their life than saving people's lives.
Oh, look who's come to play.
Newest Sonic game, IGN released a 7-minute gameplay video. Ooh. I've never really been a Sonic fan, but I've never disliked Sonic either. I'll take a look. I like to stay current with my game releases. Open world Sonic game, interesting.
Time for a spell.
Actually, I spoke with my doctors the other day as an immunocompromised person myself. She advised getting a booster from Pfizer or Moderna, one or the other. I don't know if that pertains to you at all. Figured it might be worth mentioning. Yeah, I've had 3 doses of Moderna. I will be getting a 4th. I mishandled those last couple enemies. That could have been a real fast room. Sad. People have been on ventilators who will never be in good health again for the rest of their lives. Because of COVID, yet they still refuse to admit they were wrong. It's damn discouraging. People care more about being correct than they care about anything else. That was a good boss mill. That was a good boss mill. 636. Not anywhere close to my best, but still fast. Moderna shots knocked me on my ass more each time. So the first one was the worst for me, actually, Cavell. It was about 3 days if I felt awful. But then the second one was like 8 hours of mild discomfort. And then the third one was nothing. So, that's just my experience. For Pfizer, how to treat you, Swollen. First world privilege is what most of it is, because people don't understand Americans in the field and all this world, every country is different. Most people never let the state they were born in, and it's not necessarily great here either, but this idea of American exceptionalism really colors people's views of things. No more Will Farm for me, seeing the hotfix. Probably wise to tap out there, Emily. I'm sorry it's not treating you well. Imagine if we one day unlock the other 98% of milk. We'd be too powerful. We'd be too powerful. Had 3 Pfizer, never had any effect. Well, that's maybe because I'm young. It's person to person. There's lots of things that affect it. Your immune system, your genetics, your health at the time. Soreness at injection site, normal stuff, yeah. Land of the free, where we house more prisoners than everywhere else in the world. Yep. Yep. Oh, that sounds terrible, Cavell, I'm sorry. Coworker lost her perfectly healthy father to COVID due to complications. Went into coma and never woke up. It's all preventable. That's the thing, like... I'm sorry they had to go through that. I'm sorry anyone has to go through that. Reaper Bones, good action skills run with the Deathless? No, it'll instantly turn off, Rohith, because it drains your health, and if you run a Deathless, you only have 1 health, so it'll just... You'll get the 3 seconds of invulnerability, and then it'll go on cooldown. One of the big things that affects people's reactions to COVID and the related vaccine is blood type. O types send of least reaction, AB types send of the most. Obviously, there are many other factors. Blood types major contributor. See, I didn't know that. I learned something today.
A belly blow. You cannot stem the tide of steel.
Oh, they funneled very nicely for me there. That was a real nice funnel for that bonus objective. Hate crabs? Are they coarse and irritating and get everywhere. Was there something that extended Fight for Your Life? Yeah, there were a couple things. You could get a Fight for Your Life duration passive. There's a couple of wards that, or shields did that. The Too Angry to Die Guardian rank perk. There's another Guardian rank perk from Standing Still. There was a lot of ways to extend that. Friends started calling our not getting COVID streak dodgeball, keep dodging. Unfortunately, I'm in a situation where I've not gotten it because I really can't afford to. It would likely hit me very hard, especially being on the tail end of vaccine efficacy, which is why I'm getting a booster right before I travel again. And the people I share a household with, it would be a very big deal for them as well. So far, we've been lucky. Very, very careful. Long study day, a couple of research papers to go through tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of the stream. You're all good, Rohit. You didn't do anything wrong. I appreciate you stopping by. Thank you. You have a good night. Wonder if having psoriasis means I'm immunocompromised. It's an autoimmune disease. That's a good question. I'm not a medical professional. But that's an excellent question. Not to make light of it. Of course, Hazel, of course. I received that in the spirit it was intended. Lord of Edge is a great deathless resistant damage skill, doesn't synergize with 2 action skills. Is that a fair assessment? Yeah. Yeah, that's a fair assessment. And I don't know if I'd call it great for deathless, because Graveborn isn't, like, as synergistic with deathless as several other classes. So if you happen to be using a deathless, sure. But I don't consider it a selling point for changing to a deathless, if that makes sense.
The forces of darkness encroach.
Genetics big factor.
Cannot.
Mother had TB when he's in the womb. Yeah. There's a lot of vulnerable people out there to things like COVID, and I wish that was more commonly known, because I'm sure a lot of people who behave recklessly, if they thought for 5 seconds about someone they know or someone they love being immunocompromised, they would change their behavior. Most people would, anyway. getting second booster either way because I have COPD. Yeah, please do.
Let the magic begin! This isn't over! Nicely done.
Not a bad run. I've definitely been playing a little more poorly with how tired I am. But, not a terrible run. That's a plate mail with 3 awe. Can I do anything with that? It's the same skill spread I currently have on my equipped armor. The passes aren't great though. Gun crit chance is okay. It's trying to be a headcanon one. I think it's trying to be headcanon. Maybe headcanon with an amp ward. It's interesting enough, I'll take it. "32, I've had shingles for the last month and a half, but strongly believes from me having COVID in January." Oh, I'm sorry, Roddy. I always used to get so dry I could scratch people. I've had very dry skin most of my life as well. Partially a byproduct of my own autoimmune stuff. See for the mistrial buff tomorrow. Quagium. I really hope we get an AR balance pass tomorrow. That'd make me very happy. Amnesia with health regen. Gun crit chance, gun damage. It's certainly trying to be something. 1 in awe. Take it because the stats go well together. A lot of blank slates today. But we get a second week of spell buffs. That'd be cool too. Feel free to answer no. Are you comfortable telling us why you're immunocompromised? Too personal, sorry. No, you're good. I have rheumatoid arthritis. I was diagnosed when I was 6 or 7. If you're not familiar, it's an autoimmune disorder that is different from osteoarthritis. It's an autoimmune disorder. Your body attacks your joints and does all sorts of other fun shit. It's a degenerative disorder. There is no cure. It is just a process of management. Just like Mystique Siren? Yeah. That's young. Yeah, diagnosed at 6 or 7-ish. I'm 27 now. So, living with it for 20 years. It's just kind of my normal. It sucks. Especially working with a keyboard. But raining calamities need to have more damage instead of just being a pure damage reduction. I'd like to see raining and imminent calamities get some love, yeah. Raining and imminent calamities. Because blazing ones are really good, extinction ones are like fine, and regular ones are fine, I'd say. But raining and imminent are like not great. Almost died there. Lots of pain, constantly. There have been very few times that I can remember where I have not been in some amount of pain.
Ready for adventure?
Some days are worse. Today's not a bad day. But there's always some. Have to go get my wife to get all the frozen foods at the store. I could go for some frozen store foods. Sounds good. Hey Julian, how you doing?
Hey, spare me your honor. Just those reward. Go for the eye!
Thanks, how are you? I'm doing pretty okay. I'm pretty okay. I've had a lot of fun conversation today. Some of it about less than fun subject matter, but just this community's great. One year since diagnosis. How's that going, Ember? In terms of day-to-day management. Feel free to duck that one if you'd rather not get into it. I totally understand.
I can cast again!
Still here. It's very manageable, but I have to take precautions. I do understand.
You're quite the little killer, aren't you?
Wanna come up here, enemies? Oh, they're being very passive. This is not a fast run at all. Just need to kill like 3 more enemies, and they just decided to not walk over here where they normally do.
Spinning spectral slash!
So that was cool. Good treatments now. Yeah, from what I've heard, there's been huge progress there. At this point where I'm okay talking about it. 25-year-old gay man with HIV, not a whole lot else to say. I can't imagine what dealing with, let's call them, less than good faith takes on that subject might be like, but I just wanted you to know that I personally appreciate you and value having you as a member of this community.
How swift they fall!
And thank you for trusting us with something so personal. say is Grin and Barrack, soldier get the more pain of Curtis gives you.
Back in business.
Can't exactly grin about that, but it is a process of management. Renaud sucks, runs in my family, of course couldn't skip me. Really hate the stand and circle objectives. Depending on the enemy set, it's not so bad, but this is not one of the times where I would consider it not so bad, you know? I did it again. I need to not place my sigil that early, because Parasite physically becomes incapable of hitting you with that attack if you have a sigil down. Like, if you're in it, and he's also in it, he still can't hit you. Even though that doesn't make any sense. It's so weird. I guess sigil W moment? Order shrooms. I appreciate you brought together such an amazing group of individuals. Feel at home here like I belong. Best part of my day is tuning in, even though I'm lurking, listening to almost every conversation. Channeled everyone here mean a lot to me. Thank you to everyone. I love what we do here. Got a good group of people. And I wouldn't trade you guys for any other community. Y'all are great. Let's hit some armors. That was probably the last run. I gotta get some food. I'm wiped out. Let's see what we got here. Morbin time? Probably Morb in the Discord this weekend. An area and gun damage on a paradigm? Hang on. It's a deathless. That's trying. Not melee conversion, don't care. Head of the Snake. All damage. 3 awe. I just can't really justify Head of the Snake for much. Asked about a couple times already, I still don't get Morbin time. There's this movie, Morbius, that came out, and it's really bad, but it became a meme, so everyone talks about Morbin. Like Morbius. Morbin. Yeah, that's the thing. Anyway. Yeah, it's gonna be it for stream today. Thanks so much for all the love today, all the raids, the bits, the follows, the subs, gift subs, everything. Happy Pride to everyone. Anyone who stuck around from Epic's raid, I appreciate you. If you haven't been here before, nice to meet you. I'm Quag. I do build stuff. Normally we keep it a little more silly, but it was a big conversation day today. So let's find somewhere for us to go. Lazy's doing some farming for the last day of the armor event. Soccer Chick's doing some Wonderland's One Life. Let's go over to Lazy. I'll be there anyway. This will be a raid message. Going to copy that. I'll be live tomorrow. Tomorrow will be hotfix day. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what's what, and hopefully we get some good balancing, some good quality of life, and I don't know, cool stuff in general. But you guys are amazing. Thank you for all of your time today, all of your support. I hope to see you next time. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye bye.